Team USA off to the men's hockey quarterfinals after a 5-1 win over Germany yesterday. They'll be playing Sweden, or they'll be taking on Latvia in a rematch. Tage Thompson has 2 goals for Team USA, one in their debut, and the other came yesterday. In other news for Team USA, Aaron Jackson finished 5th in the 500-meter speed skating. Michaela Schifrin missed out on the podium in the women's alpine skiing giant slalom event. And the women's hockey team set to take on the only other undefeated team in the event, Sweden. The winner of the contest will face off against the winner of Canada and Switzerland on Thursday. The United States still has 5 gold medals, thanks to, most recently, speed skater Jordan Stolz. He led the day on Saturday and won his 2nd gold medal of the Olympic Games in the 500-meter speed skate, where he set an Olympic record in the process. He still has 2 more opportunities to medal next week as well. A look at the gold medal rankings now. Norway on top, 26 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. Italy in second, 22 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 10 bronze. And the USA is in third, 17 total medals. As mentioned above, 5 gold medals, 8 silver, and 4 bronze. Now looking at the Bills, they made another hiring to their coaching staff. They bring in John Fox to be their senior assistant coach. And the Bandits get back in the win column with an 11-10 victory over Halifax. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Bill recently. I took it to another level. The paper money now is on the board as well as something that I will turn down.
Come on, really?
Get out of here.
It was $1. What am I going to do with $1?
Go to a vending machine.
Yeah, vending inflation nowadays, like $1 counts.
Come on.
Can you even, are vending machines $1? Or
No.
have they seen it go up?
No.
I mean, bottles of water are like $3
Yeah,
now.
everything's insane. But whatever, it's $1.
That
Everything's
dollar-
insane now.
Technically
what I mean,
makes
though.
it $2 out of your pocket if you pick up that $1.
There it is. Joe gets it. Joe gets it. I have to acquire more dollars, paper dollars, to actually use the dollar I'm being given.
Oh, man.
And in the meantime, I'm just going to lose it. I'm going to put it in my pocket. It's going to go through the washing machine, or I'm going to put it in some, side hole in my car, and it'll get lost in the shuffle.
I'm not a
with
loose
my
change
golf
guy
tees
either.
and ball markers that are in there too.
I
I
like
only-
my quarters.
That's
I like
the
my
only thing
quarters.
for car washes. That's the only thing I'll
Sure.
do.
Yeah.
You're right. That is up again. I think we've had this discussion. I don't go through the optional towel dry because I get to the end of the line and think I don't have cash. They have Venmo, QR codes sometimes
much.
out
Getting
there.
the phone out. Come on.
That's
Who's
easy.
doing that?
While they're drying, they've had the code out there, but not everybody always has it. It's not reliable enough,
Yeah.
I would say, to go after it. So
I never hit the towel dry either.
I
Never do
use
it.
the air.
drive right out.
Mm-hmm.
I've bared witness many times to the old guy that brings his own towel, goes past through the dryer line,
Yes.
Yeah.
and then towels down his own car, which is a real power move that I have a lot of respect for.
Is that a power move, or is that being a jerk?
That's a cheapo move.
Yeah.
That is.
That's called scrimping and saving.
Yes.
That's what that is.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Yeah. No, I want to go through the optional towel dry, and I have, but usually I need to, for some reason, to have cash on me, which is not regular, or I need that code. Or sometimes I'll ask, be like, "Is it okay if I, And they always say yes.
See, I use
they're
the
all, they're all
quarters.
young. They're good.
I
They're up
go
with
to
it.
the car washes with the spray gun. So I use the quarters. It's only like $3.
The manual.
So I just do that, yeah.
Getting into the nitty gritty over there.
Yep.
You're doing photo shoots in there and everything, like all those
nothing
car
like that.
guys.
Speaking of the towel guys, though, they'll just sit in there after they're done washing with the spray gun and just dry it off and like hold everybody up. So nightmare scenario. But yeah, that's why I use quarters. Only scenario. I'm kind of with you. I don't know if I'd pick up a ton of quarters.
This is prime car wash season, by the way. The last yesterday we drove past car wash. We'll stop real quick. Nope. Line is out the street.
I have done that
doing
for
that.
a week straight. I have driven by the Delta Sonic down the street and been like, oh man, I can't even get in the parking lot.
Gotta go when it opens. Like the minute it opens, or you might not be getting in for a while.
It's not a good time.
It's a tough scene for us.
So Jeremy's off this morning. Good morning. It's a Monday. We are waiting for the combine. We're waiting for the Sabres to come back. I miss the Sabres. I miss the Sabres a lot. Although we are getting hockey, our Olympic fix and Team USA is on to the quarterfinals. I do want to talk some Sabres today. We'll talk some Bills. Tim Graham's going to come up at 8 o'clock as he's on this week with Brad Ryder. So that'll be fun. We'll catch up with Tim at 8 a.m., but plenty of time for your phone calls between now and then. Joe DiBiase, no Jeremy today. And Team USA kind of is getting hosed, I think, a little bit. They have looked really good, and they finished second in the preliminary stage to Canada throughout the whole tournament. They win their group, and Tage scored again. That was nice. Fadeaway bomb, right? Like, game was kind of in hand, and they weren't close enough to Canada in goal differential to track them down. So, but whatever. Nice goal from Tage.
Yeah.
Which I get nervous watching Tage. For some reason, he's like, maybe this is what like watching your kid is like. Where Darlene, I watch him and have no anxiety at all, thinking like this, just best player in the team. It's like it's evident. Darlene is the best player in the team. He's always so in control. He's every shift doing the right thing, and just like I watch him and think he's good. Look at him. He's going to be, every game he plays, Sweden's just going to put him out there more and more.
Right.
Then I watched Tage, and, Tage is Tage. He's a great player, but he falls a little bit, right? Like, he falls once in a while, and he's got some balance problems, and he'll lose the puck once in a while, and he is not in a role that Darlene is on. He's on a team that is more loaded, and he's playing on the wing, and he's playing nearer to the bottom of the lineup. His line, I believe, played the fewest minutes in the preliminary stage. And every shift, I feel like I'm not even enjoying Tage the Olympics. I'm thinking, oh, what is the coach? Did the coach like that?
Right.
Because I really want him to play in the groups, in the knockout phases and like the gold medal game if they get there.
Right.
Every shift, usually it's the ones where he kind of falls over a little bit or he stumbles or he like loses the puck. And I'm thinking, oh, what did Mike Sullivan just think of that? Is Sullivan going to watch him enough and go like, I'd rather have Clayton Keller out there? Yeah. Because their competition is Clayton Keller. Like it's another team's really good star player.
Yeah. I would be surprised if A, if Keller doesn't get in, and B, if it is Thompson that goes out for Keller. I think Thompson, I totally agree with you. I've had the exact same thoughts and feelings the whole time watching Thompson. Like, there was one shift where he was flying up the middle of the ice, ended up kind of fumbling the puck and having to bring it around the net. And I was just like, oh, I wanted him to make a good play there, just because I want him to prove he needs to be on the ice more. I want him to play more than he is now, even, because I think Trocheck and Miller are really eating more minutes than I need them to. And not looking, I think, as dangerous as Thompson has at times. But I definitely get that same anxiety where it's like, ooh, don't do that. Don't mess this up. You're in tight here. Your margins are slim. Mm-hmm. You do not have room to make a big mistake defensively here. He can make a silly offensive mistake, I think, and maybe fumble a puck away and live through that. But I think if he blows an assignment in the D zone and it costs them a goal, that might be the end of him in this tournament. And that's I think why we feel this heightened sensitivity to it. And we know Darlene will just never have that. He's great, and he's going to be great, and he's going to play a ton for them.
It's like watching your firstborn child and secondborn child.
Yeah, exactly, like
that's
Joe
pretty
said.
much what it is.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
And so I think there is a lot of that, but I think he has shown why, even in the limited minutes he has been playing, he can be potent.
Right.
He scored 2 goals in playing about 10 minutes a game.
And they were both, I mean, they were not tap-in goals. The backhand goal that was sweet on the power play, and then, right, like yesterday he blows one by the goalie from distance while fading away.
Right.
They've got some elite shots on that team, but I don't know if there are more than 3 to 5 guys in the tournament that score from that same spot the same way.
No, I think that is undeniably his biggest skill, is that ability to put the puck in the back of the net from anywhere on the ice. And so, I think they'd be silly to take that out of their lineup. I don't know if they have, Jack can do that. I don't think quite at the level that Tage can. And there are some guys that can shoot. Obviously, it's Team USA. They can all shoot the puck. But Tage is a different animal when he shoots it. And I think that's valuable, especially like we talk about on the power play. And, you get an easy goal. I talk about easy goals a lot, just what it does for a team. Like, you don't have to grind out down low, cycles, make a crazy passing play. If you get a guy that can just rip one in the net from the blue line, that's a big boost for your team. That's a goal that doesn't require the level of effort and time put in and, sort of just work that, a grinder goal that, JT Miller or Larkin might score, tapping in a goal on the back door after a long cycle shift. Like, Tage just rips one in the net. It takes a big load off of your team. You can get an easy goal like that. That's valuable.
Yep.
And I don't think Keller can shoot it too, but I don't think he can shoot it like Tage can anywhere close.
No. I mean, he's gonna stick handle, and he's fast, and he's a great player too.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we'll see. I think he stays in, probably. Him scoring, I think, helps him along a lot. Like, if he hadn't scored the 2 goals, maybe he'd be at risk. And I don't really think he's played that poorly. It's just, again, like, when the bar is that high with who else is on your team, it can be tough. It can be tough to stay in. And at the moment, his line is being trusted the least, just by minutes. But again, when you're playing Germany and Latvia and Denmark, you only want to read into it so much anyway. Like, we'll see how they execute and how they play those lines when they play Sweden, assuming they do. And that is why I said, kind of leading off the show here, that I feel like Team USA kind of got hosed by a very odd way that they do the seeding going into the knockout round. And it doesn't mean I don't think they can win that game. I think they'll be favored, and I think they should win that game. Sweden, though, is a challenge. They play Latvia, by the way, tomorrow, so they're not even officially playing the U.S. yet. They'd have to win that game, but they should beat Latvia. We'll see. They play at 3:10 tomorrow afternoon. The way they do the seeding is that it matters more where you finish in your group than what your record actually was. So the U.S. as the 2 seed will play, because it's a bracket style at the beginning, will play the winner of the 7 seed Swedish team and the 10th seed Latvian team. Everybody expects that to be Sweden. While the 6th seed is Germany.
Right.
Which, just saw that yesterday. U.S., totally different level. I bet Germany to win the bronze medal in this tournament. So selfishly, I do like their path. They've got to beat France and Slovakia to get to the semis. They lose that game, and bam, they're in the bronze medal game. Love it. But for the U.S.'s sake, they have to play Sweden, even though Sweden won more games than Germany did.
Right.
Germany somehow is a higher seed, having 1 win over Denmark, which somehow in their format is more valuable than Sweden beating Finland and Italy.
Right.
2 wins.
Yeah. It is
okay.
It's a weird system. I think with these tournaments that are so short, you get 3 games before you have to seed people. It's difficult to find a system that makes sense for like every outcome. Like this is definitely one of the ones that is exemplifying the problems with this sort of, seeding and the routes that you have to go through. But it's tough in these short tournaments to make a better, more fair path. It's just difficult. I like that they did the 3-2. I like pretty much everything they did about it. Would it have been better to seed them, How do you want it? Just by record?
I think by record. Like once you're through, like your group no longer matters. It's because now you are competing against the way the NFL would do it, right? Like your division record. Your division record matters when you're comparing to the other teams in your division, but once you start
breaking out of that
to the comparing to the teams in the other groups, I no longer want to hear about where you finished in the group. Now I just want to hear about what were your wins, what's your record, what's your goal differential, and I get that like that's so within your group too, but.
Right, then I think the group strength becomes a bigger talking point, right? Like, the group that USA is in is not the same level that the group Canada is in with Sweden and Finland, right? So then you get into that debate, like, did USA get an easy walk into a better record? Not that Canada obviously had no problems, but if they had, then then you have an argument about, well, this isn't. Right, the USA played nobody, and we had to play the top other two nations in the tournament.
Right,
and so that's where you run into those problems, and it can get funky. But it is definitely a tougher path than you'd like to see.
Yeah, I think I'm just bitter that they have to play Sweden.
I get it, and we're gonna have, but it's
before
gonna be
the semis.
Right, it's not even gonna be deciding whether you get to the gold medal game or the bronze medal game. It's just where you get to keep going, which is tough.
Right,
because one of the two top teams in the thing is gonna be out on Wednesday night. That's just what it's going to be.
And if my Germans beat Slovakia, then Canada will get to play Czechia and then Germany before, and you'll have to play Sweden and Finland. If everything shakes out. Odds right now, Patrick Bacon, HockeyStats.com, who has a lot of the advanced stats of this tournament, he has Sweden at 88% to win. So again, like even that's not a
guarantee,
a lock, but it's pretty close to it.
It's a good. That Sweden team's legit, and Latvia, we saw them game one. Like they can stay in it, but I don't think they're giving anybody a run.
So we'll see. Yet. We'll see what we get. I mean, I'm glad for the entertainment value to have it because I hate that it could all end in one day. I mean, again, I said like I missing the Sabre season. I'm ready for it to come back, and it does kind of stink that it interrupts a good Sabre season on top of the NHL. At all, because I love this hockey. I love the Olympics. I mean, I'm watching the Denmark-Germany games, and yesterday was Czechia and Switzerland, which was a great game.
Yeah,
I'm ready though for the U.S. and Canada to be like really tested. That's the one thing you don't really get out of this. They don't get tested until it's win or go home.
Right.
And a lot of that is because Russia's not there, and just randomness of not being in the same group with another. So on that front. Like, I am glad to hopefully, if they win, have potentially 3 really competitive, fun U.S. hockey games.
Yeah.
Because if they play Sweden and beat them, I'm assuming that's a good hockey game.
Yeah.
Finland, they're better than, but if they play them in the semis, if everything goes chalk, that should be a good competitive hockey game. And then if you get Canada, of course, that would be the same thing.
Yeah.
So you've had 3 games where it's like they should win by 7. And now it's 3 games where they could lose.
Right.
All right, I'm into it.
It's fun. It's so much fun. All of it's fun. I can't peel my eyes off of it. I keep going. Like a game will end, and I'll walk away from the TV for a while, and I'm like, it's 20 minutes passes. I'm like, when's the next game? I want to see who's playing now. Is it Switzerland? Do I get to watch Roman Yossi? Who's up? I'm ready because these guys, they're just every team, despite the France's. There are guys on every team, even France. Texier, he's fun.
That's I was telling Owen though.
That
France game earlier this weekend where they were down 3-0. It was just kind of on in the background where I was, and then all of a sudden I start rooting for France heavily when I see them start coming back.
They scored 3 goals in a row, right?
Just popped right back into it. Like it is tough to peel your eyes off of it. It's very exciting. It's something different from what you're normally used to, and it's really cool.
You haven't had it for years. It's great to have it back.
Also spoken like someone who didn't have the 11-0 Finland-France game on.
Right.
Or Finland-Italy.
Italy, yes.
Italy. They put up a good fight.
They did.
Not in that game. No. The first 2 games. They did pretty well. Yeah, it's been pretty great. I think it's been more competitive than most tournaments you'd expect, but there's Canada and the U.S. still romping their opponents. Do we feel like the U.S. has looked good?
Not as good as I was kind of ready for them to look. I'll be honest. I have been impressed with the Eichel Kachuk line. They look great.
That line's been their most consistent and best line, I think, regularly.
I don't know if it's because I'm watching Canada, and Canada is just absurd all over the ice, but I have not been as impressed with the speed on USA as I have been with Canada and some of, I have been left wanting a little more out of them at times. Whether that be just feels a little dump and chasey sometimes to me, which, I think that's a little bit of what USA wants to do. It's also a product of the rink is just a little smaller, so there's a little less room in that neutral zone to work. I think that is a factor. But I have not felt like they would be, in great shape if they were playing Canada in any of these games. Like, I think if they're going to have a chance against Canada, they need to play a good chunk better than they've played so far in the tournament. And that's entirely possible. They've played, like we've talked about, not great teams. But I have not seen the kind of dominance I've wanted to. The defensive core hasn't maybe been as... I don't want to call them not dominant because they've been destroying teams.
They've been the better unit, right? Like
I agree with that.
They've been better than the forward group.
I agree with that. That's what I was getting to. Like that unit has been really good. I have not maybe thought they've done exactly what I expected them to coming into the tournament. I think it's the best decor that the U.S. has ever had. Mm-hmm. So I was ready for them to be maybe a little more offensively involved than they have been. But the forward group is really what I'm getting at here. I don't know that I've loved everything up there. The Trocheck Miller stuff, I don't need to see them out there as much as they're out there. I really do not.
Yeah.
All those guys can play the same effective defensive role that those guys do and give you more. I just don't see them doing a lot for you on the ice offensively. They aren't fast enough, I don't think. Trocheck can skate, but I don't think he thinks the game at the pace that you need to out here once you start getting into the Swedens, the Finlands, the Canadas. So I'm interested. I think Hellebuck's looked good for the most part. A couple of funky ones, but he's been fine. Swayman, I don't need to see again. I don't know.
Swayman with the goal that was allowed from center ice.
Yeah, that's tough. They had a really good angle of that on the replay. There is when you play in an arena that's dark behind the puck, it can be extremely difficult to pick the puck up.
The boards are kind of dark.
The boards
too,
are
right?
black. They're black. The boards. They are pitch black, and that is really, really tough. From a long range shot like that, if it's closer in, you get the white ice below it and you can track it. But from that far out, you're getting the boards and you can't see it. It's really tough.
That could be a disadvantage, like a really strong one for goalies, because I don't know if the shooter is thinking this. I don't think he is. But let me get this puck in his line of sight that's with the boards, and he could lose it.
Yeah.
Whereas in hockey, of course, or in the NHL, you only have whiteboards.
Right.
So
I used to play in the North American League when we were down there. There was, I think it was Odessa, used to have black seats behind the nets.
Yeah.
And any sort of high chip flip puck or long dump in, I would have trouble with. It was scary.
I've never thought of this wrinkle before.
Here's a thought.
It's a real thing.
Here's a thought along the maybe along in the same vein as the Miami Dolphins designing a stadium that has the sun only hitting the away sideline. Why don't the Sabres or any team decide, hey, you know what? The end that the opposing goalie is going to be looking towards twice, we're going to do all black seats. Just in that corner. That side of the ice. Let's make KeyBank Center on one half all black seats, and it's going to be the half that the opposing goalie looks at twice. Why not? Wouldn't that give you an advantage?
That'd be some...
I think you're saying it would. Maybe if it's small, but...
It would if you're not selling the building out all the time. That was the thing in Odessa,
right,
because if there's people in the seats,
you can tell where black and red.
Exactly. This is our black and red. The black and red end.
Thursday
this half
nights.
of the ice wears black and red. We'll even, you know what? We'll give you a T-shirt if you want on a lot of these
section,
days.
You get one.
Yeah, and on the other half, you want to wear blue and gold, wear blue and gold. But this is the black and red end over here.
Yeah,
I like this as an idea.
I'm telling you right now, it
Can't make
really
the
matters.
boards. You probably can't make the boards.
No,
I don't
you
think
can't
that's allowed,
tamper.
yeah.
That might be an actual NHL rule
Maybe-
regulation.
That they've got to be white.
Maybe you could
Whiteboards.
try to sell an ad that has a dark
There we
go.
color scheme
Here we
in
go.
the back there.
Start contacting your sponsors.
Yes.
Let's go.
Hey, we want a new wrap for your ad on the boards. We need darker colors though, darker letters, bigger letters, all of it. We're gonna start messing with the goalies on the other end. I mean, of course, the Sabres goalie would deal with that in the second period, but you'd still get an advantage.
Yeah,
All right, I like this. We're gonna start redesigning the arenas.
I like it. Let's get stupid.
Tage, by the way, I've got some of the numbers on Team USA. He has played the third fewest minutes, not including, well, actually, really, if you count Kyle, Connor, and Keller, who have played 2 games in 1 game, and you put them together, Tage has played the third fewest minutes on, through the tournament for Team USA.
Yeah.
He's played more than Trocheck. He's played almost the same as a couple of guys, but he's a little bit further down. He's getting a lot of power play time, which I think is helping as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing that's getting him there. Like he's not playing. He's getting shifts lifted off him by Trocheck and whoever else that 13th forward is pretty regularly 5-on-5.
Yeah. I've got one other thought on the Olympics that I do want to get to, and it kind of revolves around Eichel because he's so good.
He's awesome.
He's so good, and it had me missing him a little bit and thinking about what could have been different. I'm not sure anything could have, but I was thinking about him a little bit because he's played the most minutes of their forwards. He is their number 1 center.
So good.
Above Matthews, above Larkin, he's the number 1 center, and he's been on the best line so far. 803-0550 is the phone number. Team USA is into the quarterfinals at the Olympics in the men's hockey tournament. That will continue for them, I believe, on Wednesday. They'll play the winner of Sweden and Latvia, which will very likely be Sweden, but we'll see. 3:10 on Wednesday. Those qualifying round games are going to be tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m. Some football today as well. I spent some time over the weekend looking at teams that are going to be needing new starting quarterbacks and who those starting quarterbacks are going to be, because there's not a long list. I'm going to revisit that a bit. We got Tim Graham coming up at 8 o'clock. Some Sabres, some time for your phone calls as well. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today, and this is WGR.
Team USA off to the men's hockey quarterfinals after a 5-1 win over Germany yesterday. They'll be playing Sweden, or they'll have a rematch with Latvia, depending on the outcome of that game. Tage Thompson has 2 goals for Team USA, one in their debut, and the other came yesterday. In other news, for Team USA, Aaron Jackson finished 5th in the 500-meter speed skating event. Michaela Schifrin missed out on the podium in the women's alpine skiing giant slalom event. And the women's hockey team set to take on the only other undefeated team in the event in Sweden. The winner of the contest will face off against the winner of Canada and Switzerland on Thursday. The U.S. has 5 gold medals, thanks to most recently speed skater Jordan Stolz. He led the day on Saturday and won his 2nd gold medal of these Olympic Games in the 500-meter event. Speed skating event, where he set the Olympic record in the process. He still has 2 more opportunities to medal next week as well. And a look at your gold medal rankings, Norway still on top, 26 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. Italy in second with 22 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 10 bronze. And the USA is in third, 17 total medals. As mentioned, 5 gold medals, 8 silver, and 4 bronze. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Anderson winds it around. Larkin trying to set up Keller. Back out it comes for Thompson. Score! Tage Thompson, 4-0, Team USA. What a one-timer this is by Tage Thompson.
Tage Thompson finds the back of the net, 2nd time of the Olympic tournament. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Thompson 2 goals. Team USA beating Germany yesterday to wrap up the round-robin stage of the tournament. They are on to the quarterfinals, automatic bye, getting a group win, winning the group overall. So all these other countries will have to play first, other than Canada, who gets through as well. Slovakia winning their group really is also what threw everything into chaos, and having to play Sweden earlier than you wanted to, and maybe having to play Finland too. So both those two did not win their group because Slovakia did. That was also a weird dynamic. Good morning, 803-0550 is your phone call, or for your phone calls. We will take them throughout the morning until Tim Graham coming up at 8 o'clock, and then after that as well. The other weird thing that this tournament has given you was a game where a team pulled their goalie up 2 goals at the end, and the team that lost by 2 cheering and celebrating at the end because that was the way the tiebreakers worked out, I guess, right? Goal differential in the Slovakian-Sweden game. Very weird dynamic.
It brought me back to my time coaching more than I do now when I was, a full-time coach, and like sitting in a hotel room trying to figure out like what do we need goal differential wise here?
Yeah.
Who needs how many goals do we need to win by? Who are we watching? And like all the silly little like youth hockey strategic moves now, watching these NHL guys all do them. It's really funny to watch because it's just the margins are slim. You've got these tiebreakers and they're going to be what matters because there's not enough games to differentiate everything else. So it's definitely really entertaining to watch. And you see a team like Slovakia yesterday, or was that Saturday? I get the days mixed up now.
That might have been Saturday. That was Saturday.
Score a goal, lose the game, but then celebrate like they won. It's a really funny, visual and reality of these short tournaments. It goes back to that seeding point we talked about in the first segment, right? Like weird stuff's going to happen. It's just the way these little tournaments are. It's no way to avoid it.
Yep. 803-0550 is the phone number. The U.S. women, by the way, in the semis today against Sweden. That's at 10:40. So early morning, watch some hockey. That'll be a lot the next week. You get this game today at 10:40. The U.S. men will play at 3 o'clock on Thursday, but like the gold medal game is 8 a.m. on Sunday.
Yeah.
So you get some morning sports coming your way the next week. That is one great thing about the Olympics being in Europe.
Yeah.
Is I'm just waking up in the morning on these weekends or even here, like we got it on right now. And speed skating's on.
Right.
Awesome. It's weird that they shove each other in the relay.
It's like roller derby.
It's awesome, though.
It's like they're trying to take each other out.
It becomes more of a test of who can push you further than how fast you are.
It's all momentum.
Or yesterday, I saw one. Oh, I don't remember what. I don't remember if it was men's or women. But whoever got shoved, their teammate had shoved them too hard, and they fell down, and like, bam, your race is just like immediately
It's over.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Anybody falling, that's kind of the case. Like you're done. You can't get back up.
Right. Skiing's been good too.
Well, it's like the gold medal game's going to be at 8 a.m.
Yes.
Yes.
Like, that's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Sunday.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Sunday at 8 a.m. Have a brunch watch party. Perfect.
Yes.
I know. I'm trying to figure out I got to figure something out to do for that. If the USA's playing, I got to do something.
Will places be open?
I
They
know.
have to
I
be,
know
right?
of
8
one
a.m.?
place that I have already spoken to that will be open. So
Okay.
I'm
good.
I know one spot.
All right. Well, they have to get there first.
You're right.
Their odds right now, I could tell you some of these from hockeystats.com. Patrick Bacon, who does these, he has the U.S. at 56% to make the gold medal game.
Yeah.
And that is, again, because they have to play Sweden early. So they are favored to get there, but 56%, they're only 63% to medal at all because they just have such a tough path. So we'll see if they could do it. Can they get through probably Sweden on Thursday and then probably Sweden on Wednesday, and then probably Finland on Friday before they would likely play Canada. So we'll see if they could do it. The one other observation I did want to get to from this tournament so far in the 3 games that I've seen from the U.S., it's a little bit timely because Sabres will be back in a little over a week. They play next Wednesday against New Jersey. I believe they are practicing this Wednesday. I believe they are back on the ice. Obviously not Thompson and Dahlin, but the rest of the group will return, and they'll start getting ready. And then they come back with a really good place in the standings and still really good odds to make the playoffs and end the playoff drought, but still a lot of games left that they have to close the deal on. They will play 3 road games coming back. New Jersey and then Florida and Tampa. Feels like they were just there.
Yeah, they were.
They got to go right back. All right, Florida and Tampa.
Tampa's a repeat offender in this last stretch.
Yeah. So they go to those 3, and then their next home game, March 3rd. They go basically a month without playing a home game between the Olympic break and a couple of road games. Their last home game was, of course, the last game before the break. They played Pittsburgh on February 5th. They lost. March 3rd, they will play against Vegas at home. That is their next home game.
Yeah.
So Eichel back in the building, and he's been back a few times, and the first time was raucous and a lot of booing, and he made the dumb comment after the game about never heard it this loud in here, and that really, I think, amped up the hate meter for him. So then the next time he was back, I was also in the arena, and I would say the booing was on the same level.
Mm-hmm. I was there too. It definitely was.
Maybe it was even higher because of the comment.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And he got stopped on 2 breakaways in the first and second period.
Yep.
And both times the crowd went nuts, but then he scored a hat trick.
Yeah, the empty netter to cap it off at the end.
Once he scored the hat trick,
Yeah.
he still gets booed when he comes back, but I feel like it's tapered off a little bit.
Well, even now, just watching him play with Thompson, I feel like there's a lot of...
That's what I wonder. Like, I mean, I really don't think it's that important. Like, the team is better, the Sabres now, and the crowd is a little bit more energized. So maybe it'll go back to being like every time he touched the puck, loud boos. I'm not sure. But watching him play for Team USA and being on the team that I am, again, rooting for, it has made me miss him being on the team. They were not good when he was here. They were not successful when he was here. But everyone knew how good he was and how dominant a player he could be. He really has been that since he left. And he really was that for his last, 2 full seasons with the Sabres, where he was on another level of, oh no, this is one of the best centers in the sport. And I think the one area that I've noticed for him with Team USA, and noticed a little bit with Vegas, but I'm not watching Vegas like every single night, that is different, I think, from when he was here, is he has legitimately become Selke guy.
Yeah.
Two-way center, defensive role. He made a couple of plays yesterday. There was one where he dove at center ice to break up a rush that would have been behind the defense. And he had a bunch of others. He's getting the Draisaitl minutes.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Right.
Like, Mike Sullivan is looking at his lineup, and he's got a team he's playing that has one dude that is just miles above the rest. He's one of the best hockey players in the world, and not everybody that you put out there is going to have much of a challenge, right? Like, the Larkin-Thompson line are playing against guys that play in Germany or in the AHL. But somebody's got to play Draisaitl.
And Stützle.
And Stützle, too. That's a good point. I guess they do have two guys.
Yeah. Stützle's he might have 4 goals already.
Yeah, he's been very good.
He's been great.
And who is Sullivan choosing to put out there against the other team's best player? Who's he putting out there to play against Draisaitl? And he was doing the same thing at a lesser extent, right? Like, because, Gergensons might be the best Latvian center, but, like, how much are you really worried about that?
Yeah.
And then for Denmark, the Ehlers line maybe is this.
Mm-hmm.
Every team that's got a line of NHL guys, especially an elite guy like Draisaitl, that's the line Eichel and the Tkachuks are going out against.
Right.
And I would imagine they're playing against, if they get to Canada, they're playing against the McDavid line.
Yeah.
I would think.
Which is probably going to be McDavid,
right.
McKinnon, Celebrini.
And that is where, did we not notice it? Or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right? I don't think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys, like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great,
right.
Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does, but I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it. Because
there's one guy I see on this list for, like, how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back like 15 years, I've got...
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times. Mm-hmm. Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times.
Yeah, he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. Kopitar twice.
Cup.
Both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews. Cup. After he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about whether you win.
Right.
It's always what it's been about. It's what a lot of this stuff's about. Yeah,
but I guess the other awards aren't quite to that degree.
Yeah, maybe not awards. I'm thinking.
No, you're right though. Like the two-way center point, maybe you've got to be thought of as the winner. Even the captain, the leader winner.
I've had a debate about this about what the cup does for your reputation with Bulldog, my dad, about McKinnon versus McDavid. And he's always long sustained McKinnon's more of a psycho than McDavid is. Mental, like he is as intense as it gets. He's nuts. And I always say, I agree with you. I think he's nuts. McDavid is just as nuts. He just hasn't won yet.
Right.
And he doesn't have the rep for it because he hasn't won yet. And if he wins the cup, you'll hear all the stories about, oh, he was a psycho. He got in this guy's face. He screamed at this guy. I mean, we even saw it in the Florida series 2 years ago. I think it was their first one. After they lose Game 4, he goes in the locker room and goes ballistic. And it came out, and we heard it.
Yeah.
But still, McKinnon holds this reputation for being the most intense winner guy.
Right.
McDavid will get that the second he lifts the cup. And it's the same with Eichel and the Selke.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
McKinnon is nuts, though.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
The comment before the tournament about I'm not here to enjoy myself.
Yeah.
I just want to win gold. I mean, this is the guy that like yells at teammates when they're eating improperly.
Yeah, normal pasta instead of quinoa, and he like breaks a table over their head. But I think I am telling you, I think McDavid does the exact same thing. We just don't hear about it because he hasn't won yet.
Both these guys. They could trade off the Bills, both these guys, for acting that way. These two are crazy. You're probably right about the Selke point, especially.
Yeah, I think that one definitely, because voters matter. It matters. You win the cup, you have the cup over your head. That's a picture people have in your head.
Yep.
It's just the reality of it.
803-0550 is the phone number. You missed Sabres. They're back next Wednesday, and they're on the ice again, I think, for practice this Wednesday. So we'll start, getting that ball rolling a little bit as well. Coming up at 7, go through the quarterback list a little bit because we've had some rumors here and there, trying to piece things together, who might be unavailable, who might be available. There's a lot to get to on the quarterback movement, which is all going to happen in the next month, I think. Like, trades are going to be happening, and you'll get free agency, which is less than a month away. Combine is really, I think, when the most rumors are going to come out, and that's in about a week. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought on anything you want to get in with us. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I get nervous watching Tage. For some reason, he's like, maybe this is what like watching your kid is like. Where Darlene, I watch him and have no anxiety at all, thinking like this, just best player in the team. It's like it's evident. Darlene is the best player on the team. He's always so in control. He's every shift doing the right thing, and just like I watch him and think, he's good. Look at him. He's going to be, every game he plays, Sweden's just going to put him out there more and more.
Right.
Then I watch Tage, and, Tage is Tage. He's a great player, but he falls a little bit, right? Like, he falls once in a while, and he's got some balance problems, and he'll lose the puck once in a while, and he is not in a role that Darlene is on. He's on a team that is more loaded, and he's playing on the wing, and he's playing nearer to the bottom of the lineup. His line, I believe, played the fewest minutes in the preliminary stage. And every shift, I feel like I'm not even enjoying Tage the Olympics. I'm thinking, what is the coach? Did the coach like that?
Right.
Because I really want him to play in the groups, in the knockout phases, and like the gold medal game if they get there.
Right.
Every shift, usually it's the ones where he kind of falls over a little bit, or he stumbles, or he like loses the puck, and I'm thinking, what did Mike Sullivan just think of that? Is Sullivan going to watch him enough and go, like, I'd rather have Clayton Keller out there?
Yeah.
Because their competition is Clayton Keller. Like, it's another team's really good star player.
Yeah. I would be surprised if A, if Keller doesn't get in, and B, if it is Thompson that goes out for Keller. I think Thompson I totally agree with you. I've had the exact same thoughts and feelings the whole time watching Thompson. Like, there was one shift where he was flying up the middle of the ice, ended up kind of fumbling the puck and having to bring it around the net, and I was just like, oh, I wanted him to make a good play there, just because I want him to prove he needs to be on the ice more. I want him to play more than he is now, even, because I think Trocheck and Miller are really eating more minutes than I need them to, and not looking, I think, as dangerous as Thompson has at times. But I definitely get that same anxiety where it's like, ooh, don't do that, don't mess this up. You're in tight here. Your margins are slim. You do not have room to make a big mistake defensively here. He can make a silly offensive mistake, I think, and maybe fumble a puck away and live through that. But I think if he blows an assignment in the D zone and it costs them a goal, that might be the end of him in this tournament. And that's I think why we feel this heightened sensitivity to it.
Don't know if anybody consumed the NBA All-Star game last night. I didn't until I had a couple of buddies that reached out and said, hey, this is way better than it's been in a long time if you want to check it out. Kind of. Like, this is going well. So I'm like, all right, let me throw it on. It was USA versus the world. And should have known. It's all it takes, right? Slap some patriotism on it and throw some nationalities around in terms of building your teams, and you're gonna get a better product. Although I think beyond that, because this wasn't quite, Team Serbia, Slovenia, like the teams that Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic play for. So they don't have that. But Wembanyama went into the game and said, I'm going all out, and if my teammates don't want to do it with me, then I'm just going to have to play harder. And he's like, I hope that's infectious. And I think that is what did it. You had a dude who's a young star in the league who just said, bleep it, I'm going into this thing, and I'm going to go 100 miles an hour, and I'm taller than everybody. So he started the game, dunked over a dude, and started blocking everybody's shots.
That's
and
awesome.
He kind of made everybody have to try.
I love that. I've loved Wemby for a while now. I just think he's awesome to watch, and that makes me love him even more. That's great.
Yeah,
that league needs that. I think pretty desperately.
Oh, definitely.
It's just such a a joke in a lot of ways, that specific weekend for them.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's been so bad. For
Him
so
putting
long.
any kind of, all right, I'm going to do this and really do it. You know, 'cause we all saw. I'm sure you guys saw the dunk contest clips. And
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I didn't consume a second of the dunk contest on social media or live or anything. None of it. I have no idea what happened.
It was a bunch of dudes that you've never heard of, like doing
Yep.
in-game level dunks. Just like it was. I could have. I'm not joking. When I was playing hockey, I could do every dunk that was completed in the dunk contest, the NBA dunk contest.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I'm a hockey player. I can't do it now. I can't jump like that now. But I could have legitimately done every single dunk that was done. It was crazy.
They did need it, though. I think the Four Nations last year, where everybody was really trying, I think that really really lit a fire underneath. Like, hey, these All-Star games, these worldwide games, these have to stop pulling back. Like, let's actually make something happen, because that Four Nations was awesome last year.
It was.
So
They should never change from that in hockey.
no.
And I guess NBA just hope that Wemby saves the All-Star game every year. He did it. He did it yesterday, apparently. 803-0550 is the phone number. Some football when we come back. Quarterbacks around the league, including 2 quarterbacks in the Bills division, have to be figured out. We'll get to that a little bit when we come back. Take your phone calls as well. Tim Graham coming up at 8 here on WGR. I get nervous watching Tage. For some reason, he's like, maybe this is what watching your kid is like. Where Darlene, I watch him and have no anxiety at all, thinking this just best player in the team. It's evident. Darlene is the best player on the team. He's always so in control. He's every shift doing the right thing. And just I watch him and think, he's good. Look at him. He's going to be, every game he plays, Sweden's just going to put him out there more and more.
Right.
Then I watch Tage, and, Tage is Tage. He's a great player, but he falls a little bit, right? He falls once in a while, and he's got some balance problems, and he'll lose the puck once in a while, and he is not in a role that Darlene is on. He's on a team that is more loaded, and he's playing on the wing, and he's playing nearer to the bottom of the lineup. His line, I believe, played the fewest minutes in the preliminary stage. And every shift, I feel like I'm not even enjoying Tage the Olympics. I'm thinking, oh, what is the coach? Did the coach like that?
Right.
Because I really want him to play in the groups, in the knockout phases, and the gold medal game if they get there.
Right.
Every shift, usually it's the ones where he kind of falls over a little bit, or he stumbles, or he loses the puck. And I'm thinking, oh, what did Mike Sullivan just think of that? Is Sullivan going to watch him enough and go, I'd rather have Clayton Keller out there?
Yeah.
Because their competition is Clayton Keller. It's another team's really good star player.
Yeah. I would be surprised if A, if Keller doesn't get in, and B, if it is Thompson that goes out for Keller. I think Thompson, I totally agree with you. I've had the exact same thoughts and feelings the whole time watching Thompson. There was one shift where he was flying up the middle of the ice, ended up kind of fumbling the puck and having to bring it around the net, and I was just like, oh, I wanted him to make a good play there, just because I want him to prove he needs to be on the ice more. I want him to play more than he is now, even, because I think Trocheck and Miller are really eating more minutes than I need them to, and not looking, I think, as dangerous as Thompson has at times. But I definitely get that same anxiety where it's ooh, don't do that, don't mess this up. You're in tight here. Your margins are slim. You do not have room to make a big mistake defensively here. He can make a silly offensive mistake, I think, and maybe fumble a puck away and live through that. But I think if he blows an assignment in the D zone and it costs them a goal, that might be the end of him in this tournament. And that's I think why we feel this.
Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right? I don't think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup
Yeah.
as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously, you're not going to have, the top end guys, like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep. But you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice, I think it launches you into, oh, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great,
right.
really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does. But I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now. Obviously, I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it because
There's one guy I see on this list for how far do I want to go back?
right.
If I go back 15 years, I've got
You can go to Taves. Was this
the only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier,
right?
who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times. Mm-hmm. Bergeron, who won it.
Team USA is off to the men's hockey quarterfinals after a 5-1 win over Germany yesterday. They'll be playing either Sweden or they'll have a Latvia rematch. Tage Thompson has 2 goals for Team USA, one in their debut and the other came yesterday. In other news for Team USA, Aaron Jackson finished 5th in the 500-meter speed skating event. Michaela Schifrin missed out on the podium in the women's alpine skiing giant slalom event. And the women's hockey team set to take on the only other undefeated team in the event in Sweden. The winner of the contest will face off against the winner of Canada-Switzerland on Thursday. The United States still has 5 gold medals, thanks most recently to star speed skater Jordan Stolz. He led the day on Saturday and won his 2nd gold medal of these Olympic Games in the 500 meters event, where he set an Olympic record in the process. He still has 2 more opportunities to medal next week as well. A look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top, 26 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. Italy in second, 22 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, 10 bronze. And USA in third, 17 total medals. As mentioned, 5 gold medals, 8 silver, and 4 bronze. The Bills make another hiring to their coaching staff. They bring in John Fox to be their senior assistant coach. And around the NFL Network's Cameron Wolfe is reporting the Jaguars, quote, plan to play Travis Hunter as a full-time cornerback and part-time wide receiver in 2026. So potential hurt to Brian Thomas Jr. rumors there. And the Bandits get back in the win column with an 11-10 victory over Halifax in regulation. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Minnesota Vikings. I think it's obvious they're going to do something at quarterback this offseason in the veteran ranks, right? Whether that means a veteran who you bring in to play if things don't go well for J.J. McCarthy, or a guy to come in and challenge J.J. right away. But Kevin O'Connell, something of a quarterback connoisseur, a team that obviously is unsatisfied with what happened last year, right? They went into last year thinking they would compete for a Super Bowl. Yeah. They did not, obviously. They came up quite short. Yeah. But Kyler would give them some energy and some competition in a room and maybe bring out the best in J.J. McCarthy.
That's Field Yates on the Minnesota quarterback situation. Monday morning, it's warmed up a bit. The big melt has begun. We had that over the weekend. I know a little bit yesterday. All the icicles are gone off the sides of houses for the most part, unless you had the big ones.
Yeah.
I saw one yesterday that was 4 feet long off of somebody's house. So, still got some of that. It's going to be 40s this week, though.
Yeah, it's going to feel like a summer day in the Bahamas. That's where we're at this point.
I'm so trained to, maybe you are too out there, the negative temperatures, 0 degrees, that once it gets to 40, I'm not wearing a jacket.
No, even
not wearing a
last
jacket.
week when it was kissing 40, I was like, it was 35, and I'm like, this is sweatshirt weather without question.
You came in a vest to our. We went to the simulator, and you were in a vest.
Yes, yeah.
What's going on here?
Yeah, we did make the transition. We're getting there.
Exactly.
Yeah, this week we're looking at like mid-30. I mean, today's not necessarily the warmest. 39 though today. Wednesday, 41. I'm seeing the rain emojis now, and I'm getting excited. Keep melting that snow. Mm-hmm. All of it.
It's got to make sure it gets out of here before it's probably going to. This always happens in February, I feel like.
It's going to happen again.
Freeze again in 2 weeks, and it's going to be -4, and we're all going to be encased in ice.
We're close to spring, though, when the snow on the sides of the roads is like pitch black.
Yeah, right.
Which is where we've arrived.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. It's Monday, 803-0550. It's Jeremy and Joe here in WGR. Tim Graham coming up at 8. Talked some Olympics earlier. The men's U.S. team is in action on Wednesday, likely against Sweden. Tage Thompson scoring again yesterday. The women's team is in action today at 10:40 a.m. against Sweden in the semifinals. They are a massive favorite. They're like minus 7,000 to win that game. They've not appeared in a gold medal game once in the last 7 Olympics. So it would be a massive upset, but they got to get the job done a little bit later on at 10:40. On Kyler Murray there and the Vikings, we're almost at the combine, and I think that is when everybody gets together in Indianapolis, all the media people and all the GMs and the scouts and the not necessarily the players, the agents more so, which is where a lot of this comes from as well. And we'll start learning there. Teams' motivations, what they might be aiming for as the offseason begins. It's kind of like the kickoff to the offseason, really. And when that happens, I am so interested to see what all of these teams that need quarterbacks are going to end up doing. Because I'm not sure I've ever seen, and maybe there's a year in the past that I'm not thinking of, a year where you have this many quarterback-needy teams and not enough obvious quarterbacks to fill all those spots. I feel like it's more common that we've seen the opposite, where there's a bunch of quarterback ideas, whether that's rookies, trade, free agency, and you haven't had a lot of openings. This year, I count minimum 7 teams that need to be right now looking really hard at what they're going to do. And names, and that is not including, by the way, Fernando Mendoza and the Raiders, because that one to me is obvious. We know what they're going to do. We know they're going to pick Mendoza. We know he's going to start for them. So, I'm not even including the Raiders for that. Finding 7 quarterbacks that are reasonably good ideas for these teams, I don't see it. And 2 of those 7 are in the AFC East. And what are their answers to that question going to end up being? I think Minnesota is maybe grouped together with, I would say, Indianapolis and Pittsburgh as 3 teams that are going to be trying to do whatever is best in their interest to win right now and do that, be aggressive on it. I don't know if Pittsburgh is really worth being lumped into the same group here, but Minnesota has a roster that can win and win big, but they're just nowhere at quarterback. They might even continue with J.J. McCarthy. And then Indianapolis is same thing. Good roster, good coach. Last year when Daniel Jones was healthy, it looked really good. They were going to make the playoffs. He got hurt and tore his Achilles. So he's out till who knows when. But him, after being injured in November, being ready for August training camp does not sound realistic to me. And Daniel Jones is also a free agent. So Indy is a little trickier because I think they have to figure out, do we want to just run it back with Daniel Jones? And if we do that, what are we doing in the meantime until he's healthy enough to play? And you don't even know what he's going to look like when he comes back. But I would imagine Jones is back there. But again, what is the temporary plan while you're waiting for him? Or do they say, you know what? Especially the place they're in as an organization and as a coach. Like Shane Steichen has been there for years. And I wonder what he thinks his job security is. Because if he thinks he can be patient, then maybe you kick back and wait for Jones and you do whatever in the meantime. Maybe I don't think they would ever start Anthony Richardson again. But you find whatever placeholder you can get your hands on and you just run that and see what happens. But I don't think it's that easy. Depends what the coach thinks his life cycle is. If he doesn't think he can wait and he feels like, I got to win this year or I'm out and I'm not getting any more excuses. If I sign Jones and I miss by a game and go, well, we didn't have Daniel Jones for half the season, I don't know if that still works for him. So maybe that pushes them towards, again, these are some of the names they're going to start getting to. Field Yates, they're talking about Kyler Murray. Like, is there going to be a bidding war for Kyler Murray? I can't imagine that. He is one of the last quarterbacks I feel like I would want to start my organization with. But I guess he's as good an idea as anybody else. Is Kirk Cousins a better idea than Kyler Murray at this age off of major injuries? Is Tua a better idea at this stage?
Mac Jones could be a good idea.
I always come back to Mac Jones.
Like with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, like to me that just sounds like it could be a really good idea.
To me, if I am the Colts or I am the Vikings, and again, this is maybe where the Combine will tell us some things. We already had, the Niners got out in front of this. Adam Schefter, right around the Super Bowl, reporting that Niners aren't trading him. Not trading him. Well, okay. They might. He's a backup quarterback, and what that is the Niners telling the league, to me, you have to pay a lot to get him. Not that they wouldn't trade him, but you would have to pay a lot. And we're going to put this out here now as a signal to you that we don't have to move him if you don't pay our price. And to me, I know, like, bidding wars for Kyler Murray and Mac Jones, these quarterbacks that don't really sound that impressive as ideas, I think that's the best you're going to get your hands on. So, right, if I'm Minnesota or I'm Indy, depending on how crazy the Niners are and what they think they could get, I think I'd just be willing to pay their price. As long as it doesn't involve a first. If they want a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick and some young player as a throw-in, I think I might feel the need to do it. Is he your next Darnold? I don't know if it's that bad a comparison. He was good this year for the Niners, and he was good for the Patriots when they had a competent offensive coordinator. Really, you think about it, like when Mac Jones has been terrible, I'm not like saying he's an amazing quarterback. I think he's definitely limited in mobility and some of his other tools, but really, his reputation right now as being a bad NFL quarterback, a lot of it is the 25 games he played in New England where Matt Patricia was his offensive coordinator. A defensive coordinator was calling plays for him. Joe Judge, too, right? Wasn't there were co-offensive coordinators?
Yeah, they were co-offensive. Like, it was not one guy. It was a nightmare scenario for him.
Joe Judge.
The entire time.
So with Josh McDaniels, he's pretty good. With Kyle Shanahan, he's pretty good. With Kevin O'Connell or Shane Steichen, I feel like he'd be pretty good. And what is a pretty good quarterback worth when your alternatives are all kind of terrible. I think it's a pretty hefty price. Like, to me, there would be some sticker shock on that trade. But, man, let's say the Niners hold true to their word. They say, no, Purdy's been injury prone and we always have injuries. We can't risk it. We don't even want to talk about it. If they did that, which I think would be nuts, go get a bunch of draft capital and make your team better and deeper for those other injuries you're going to have. But let's say they don't want to move him. Then, man, what do you do if you're the Vikings? What do you do if you're Indy? I don't know. Maybe you could, if I were one of them, you could beat me down into, okay, fine, Kyler Murray. So I'm going to swallow hard on that one because I don't know if he's going to work hard and he's going to play video games and he gets hurt. He's not as mobile as he was when he came into the league. There's leadership concerns there if you care about that. He's also not a good enough player, I think, to overcome all of that. So it's not great at all. But you might get me to say, all right, fine, Kyler Murray. Like, he'll have a team. Jets need a quarterback. Dolphins need a quarterback. The Browns could need a quarterback. Steelers need a quarterback. Arizona needs a quarterback. 7 spots. Who's getting jobs? Is Jacoby Brissett getting a job? Is Tua getting a job? Is Malik Willis automatically getting a job? That sounds like that's going to happen. Malik Willis is going to be a week 1 NFL starting quarterback. And maybe that's deserved. He looked good in Green Bay in the couple of times that he got in there. He's super athletic. There were a lot in the draft process that loved him when he was coming out a couple of years ago. But it's just not much to go on. He's threw 150 passes in 4 years. You don't have much sample size. I think the 2 teams in the Bills division are interesting, but not as interesting for the long term. Neither team's going to be good this year. And I don't know that there's a quarterback move out there that I would say Miami or the Jets are any threat at all for next year. That guy doesn't exist. The thing I guess that I could see one of them doing that would make me, antenna goes up. Okay, let's see what this is. It would just be a rookie. But the only rookie that either of the two can draft that sounds reasonable at all right now is Ty Simpson from Alabama. And if you don't know, Trinidad Chambliss, who was the other guy that was maybe going to sneak into the first round at quarterback, he's going back to school. Won a lawsuit with the NCAA to gain an extra year of eligibility. So that dude's not coming out. So Ty Simpson, okay, I guess if one of those two draft him, then it's all right, let's see what this is. And maybe they strike gold. But I don't know how hopeful either of those teams would be that that's about to happen if they even draft that guy. So to me, whoever starts week 1 of 2026 for the Dolphins and the Jets, that's not their long-term plan. Again, unless it's Simpson. Anything else, I think you're just buying time and trying to, establish your culture, remain competitive until a better idea becomes available to you. The last thing that interests me about this quarterback grouping this year is Aaron Rodgers. Because I don't think it's a slam dunk that he goes back to Pittsburgh. Mike McCarthy is the head coach. That did not end well in Green Bay, but I guess they've made up since then. But still, I think reading a lot about Minnesota is the most interesting team of all these. Good roster, team to care the most about. They can attract the best guy. They just fired the general manager. And from what I've read in the last month or so, is that O'Connell was kind of into the idea of Aaron Rodgers. And Diana Rossini had been reporting last year that Minnesota was the job that Rodgers wanted. That's where he originally wanted to go. He ended up going to Pittsburgh. Maybe he ended up liking it. But would it be different this go-round? If the GM is gone and that chess piece out of the equation changes things on their end, and Rodgers wants to go to the team that he wanted to go to last year, then that would be the one combination that I could see that doesn't include him staying in Pittsburgh. Him going to the Vikings and being a placeholder there for a year or two and just trying to win. And that would leave Pittsburgh without a dance partner. It's really interesting. 7 teams, I think, all could say they want and need a quarterback, and you're not going to find 7 good ideas, especially if the Niners don't want to trade Jones. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Bills hired a Super Bowl winning coach on Friday. Not Super Bowl winning. Kubiak won with the Broncos. Should know this.
Yes.
John Fox was in Denver, and they lost the Super Bowl. Then he got fired, and then I believe Gary Kubiak came in and he won.
And he keeps the Carolina connection alive, too.
He does. That's true. So John Fox is going to be senior assistant for the Bills. I heard Sal talk about a little of this over the weekend. I don't think he's going to have a major role. It could be one of those things where he's just on call whenever Joe Brady needs some advice or somebody else on the staff needs that. Or maybe he will be in the building and he is helping this get the season rolling and training camp stuff, and maybe he's not taking as big of a role on once the season begins. I don't know that his role really matters a lot. It's just interesting that he's now in the building. And I guess I get it. Like, he was the only guy, I think, that they hired that had been a long-time head coach in the league. So, John Fox, senior assistant. He had not worked in the league in 3 years. The Lions in 2023. His Super Bowl, so he went to the Super Bowl in 2014 with Denver. And they lost to Seattle. Then he had one more year. They lost to Indy in the second round, and then he got fired. So he did not win. He went with Denver and he went with Carolina and lost that one too. So he's been to the Super Bowl, but not a Super Bowl winning coach, John Fox. So he keeps the Carolina connection alive. The other thing he does, which I think we gotta reset. I do believe that Carolina North is going to start to evolve into Denver East, because they're hiring a lot of old Broncos coaches. John Fox, one of them. Pete Carmichael, another one of them. There were a few others, I believe, they hired as assistants.
Jim Leonard.
Right, thank you. The defensive coordinator, Jim Leonard. Free agency, like Alex Singleton at linebacker. There's some safety ideas. Get ready. Carolina North about to become Denver East. 803-0550 is the phone number. The Sabres are off until next Wednesday. Got a deadline thought on them when we come back? If you've got a thought, by the way, on what they should do at the deadline, I mean, we are only a couple of weeks away, and they're going to get rolling again here, and it's final stretch, go break the playoff drought. What do they need to help get them over the top? I got an idea for that when we come back. It's Jeremy and Joe. Tim Graham's coming up at 8 o'clock. This is WGR. Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right? I don't think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup, as a guy like that can play both sides. Like obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, oh, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like he was great,
right.
Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does. But I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it because
There's one guy I see on this list for how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back 15 years, I've got.
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times. Mm-hmm. Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times?
Yeah,
all
he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. Kopitar twice.
Cup.
Both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews after he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about whether you win.
Right.
Team USA off to the men's hockey quarterfinal after a 5-1 win over Germany yesterday. They'll be playing Sweden, or they'll have a rematch with Latvia, depending on the outcome of their next game. Tage Thompson has 2 goals for Team USA, one in their debut, and the other came yesterday. Other news for Team USA, Aaron Jackson finished 5th in the 500-meter speed skating event. Michaela Schifrin missed out on the podium in the women's alpine skiing giant slalom event. And the women's hockey team set to take on the only other undefeated team in the event in Sweden. The winner of the contest will face off against the winner of Canada and Switzerland on Thursday. The United States still has 5 gold medals, thanks most recently to star speed skater Jordan Stolz. He led the day on Saturday and won his 2nd gold medal of these Olympic Games in the 500-meter speed skating event, where he set an Olympic record in the process. He still has 2 more opportunities to medal next week. A look at the gold medal rankings. Norway on top, 26 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. Italy in second, 22 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, 10 bronze. And USA in third, 17 total medals. As mentioned, 5 gold medals, 8 silver, and 4 bronze. Looking to the NFL, the Bills make another add to their coaching staff. They bring in John Fox to be their senior assistant coach. Around the NFL Network's Cameron Wolfe reports that the Jaguars, quote, plan to play Travis Hunter as a full-time cornerback and part-time wide receiver in 2026. The Brian Thomas Jr. hopes dwindle a bit with that one, and the Bandits get back to the win column with an 11-10 victory over Halifax in regulation. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Genialitet som man ändå får säga att han besitter. Nylander, och så skottet Dahlin i mål! Det är William Nylander och det är Rasmus Dahlin!
Rasmus Dahlin also scoring a goal over the weekend, as he's been great for Team Sweden. And sadly, he and Tage Thompson cannot both medal. That has been eliminated as a possibility. So there will not be 2 medals coming home. They'll play in the quarters. So that would be impossible. It still is the second best outcome for me. Right? Even I wouldn't change my opinion on my rooting interest for Sweden if they beat the U.S. If they beat the U.S., they'll play, well, I guess they would play Canada the next game. See, this really screws up the rooting interest of the tournament. If they beat the U.S., they'll play Canada, and I'll want, for Dahlin's sake, to beat Canada. But then, I guess you get a Sweden-Finland gold medal game. The ratings won't do well, but I'll watch it and enjoy it. It would just be such a letdown if we don't get USA-Canada. At any point in this tournament, it's got to be USA-Canada.
Yeah, if you don't get that matchup after this many years and the hype with this team, with both teams, I think it would be a bit of a catastrophe for the sport, really. I think it would be really, really bad for the game as a whole to not see these two teams match up against each other.
Let alone both not making it. I mean, right. I don't think, really quick on this, and then I want to get to a Sabres deadline thing. I don't think Sweden looks like they're about to beat the USA and Canada.
No.
They have not looked super impressive to me.
No, I agree. I have not seen a ton of dominance from them. I do think that they've got a D-core that can play and will kind of step up as it gets harder, like between Hedman and Dahlin and all the guys they've got back there. I think they're in good shape. OEL's not even playing for him, and he's had a great year in Toronto.
Right.
So that's good. Their goalies can both get hot. Gustafsson or Markstrom could get red hot and just steal a game. That's always a possibility in these Olympic sort of tournaments, especially as you get into the medal round and it's like, now it's go time. Like, you thought the Italian goalie against whoever, I can't remember which game this was.
Damian Clara.
Like,
That was
you
against
thought
Sweden.
he had a good
Yeah.
night against Sweden. Like, wait till you see Markstrom have that day against Canada.
Right.
Like, that's a real possibility. So that's a thing that can really happen. Finland has been, I think, even to me, more disappointing than Sweden has. There's some, like,
Right.
they don't like their coach, apparently. Like,
The players don't?
Yeah, the players are, like, mad about
Really?
their coach. Yeah, it's there's some buzz going around that they, like, before the tournament even started, there was some, hey, this isn't really the guy we want coaching our team. And
Yeah.
now it's really, like, they blew that one game to Slovakia to start the tournament, and that kind of set them off on a bit of a bad course, even though they're in fine shape, making those qualifying round and all that. But
Right. Yeah.
there's some hiccups going on there.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm right here. They mused replacing the head coach.
Yeah,
The players did.
Right.
Mused.
that's an interesting.
Is that stronger than?
Right. What is
It's
that? Is
stronger
that-
than considered, but I think not as strong as demanded.
Right. I think that's. We wanted to make it loud enough that everybody knew we were talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it, but we didn't want to go out and say it.
Is it above or below pondered?
I think Muse
Pondered?
is above pondered.
I would
Mused
say
above pondered?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pondered is like we thought about it.
And above considered?
Considered is.
Considered.
I would say considered is between pondered and Muse.
yeah,
Okay.
it's above pondered.
But mused is above all of these.
Muse is above all, I believe. I
Mused.
would think. Muse is really, you're getting into it.
Yeah.
You're spending some time.
Where would mulled over be on the hierarchy here of thinking about replacing your head coach?
We
Mulled
molded
over, I think, is above all of them. Mulled over is you sat down and you went through it. These other ones could just be like a little conversation
That's
in the corner. Like,
interesting.
what do you think we should do about
I
this guy?
think I might feel the opposite.
Yeah,
in
I
that.
feel like
think
we molded
Yeah.
over.
molded over is like somebody mentioned it and it just got, it's fine.
I think mulled over. You don't mulled over is like you're planning
Yeah,
out
I guess
a
you're
takeover.
right. Yeah.
Maybe not.
It's an interesting.
I was looking on the Sabres in the deadline. Do we think they will make a move at the deadline that is any form of I think calling it a blockbuster is putting it too big.
Right.
Something that is really meaningful, or if they just trade for a third pair defenseman, and that's their move. Mm-hmm. Are Sabre fans going to be okay with that? As that's it. That's our move to get in, and I don't know that there's a name really that fits that description that really could excite anybody.
Logan Stanley is a guy I think about a lot.
Logan Stanley, how much does he move the meter? I like that as an idea.
Yeah.
How much does that move the meter for
Right.
Sabre fans? I was looking at the list of third pair defensemen that cheap defensemen, big guys, because Friedman said they want to get beefier on the blue line. That could be available at the deadline. Brandon Carlo is a name of a defenseman that could be available at the deadline. Luke Shen for the 15th deadline in a row is being talked about. There's a couple of former Sabres.
Yeah.
I want no part of Ristolainen.
No, thank you.
His name is on the trade market list. Tyler Myers' name is on those lists. He's cheap. Cheapish, $3 million.
When Vancouver was good, he was playing for them a bit. He was
He
playing a
still
role
is.
for them.
He still is. He's been playing. I mean, I guess now it's not good because they're terrible, and he's been
Right.
getting pummeled on the ice.
Yes.
But he's played 20-plus minutes a night every year of his career except 23-24. And that includes this year and last year. He's played over 20 minutes a
That's
night.
like a Logan Stanley to me. Almost shockingly similar due to the size similarities.
Yeah.
No.
He wouldn't play 20 minutes here. He would play
he'd
15 minutes here.
15 to 18 at the most, probably. This is a great question. I think it really depends on. It might need to be a retroactive thing. After the deadline, I think people would probably go okay. And then depending on what happens when and if they get in, that's when people will decide how they feel about that being their deadline. I think it wouldn't. I don't think anybody is going to get too mad at them right now about much of anything other than maybe trading Tuck away. I think that's the only real thing they could do to spite the fan base.
That's true. That's definitely. If they traded Tuck, and I don't think they will at all, but if they did and didn't get something else that helps them, and they did it for like futures, that would drive people mad.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Absolutely.
But I don't think that's really realistic that they will do that.
I don't either.
And I do think if they did nothing, people would get mad at that. I think if they sat and did absolutely nothing, the reaction would be, what are you doing? This is supposed to be the GM that comes in and gets stuff done and isn't patient and goes for it. And why not go for it now? You're in a spot. Let's close the deal, make the playoffs, end the drought. Maybe you win a round. Like, I think it would feel, even if it might be defendable, I feel like it would feel indefendable if they sat there and did absolutely nothing while teams around them were doing things.
I think I agree that the fan base would react that way. But I think personally I would understand it. I think I could see a world where Jarmo thinks, listen, we can not do anything. We will break the drought. So that is one box checked. And we cannot chase after something that's going to get us hurt long term in any way. And I don't know that a deadline move does not have to mean you're getting hurt long term, but a lot of the time that's...
No, if you trade a fourth for a defenseman, it doesn't really impact
you.
But
we're talking about a big move here.
Right, yeah.
I think I could absolutely see him in his mind going, listen, we can do this. The team's good enough now. They're going to get in. Can we win the Stanley Cup this year? I don't know. Probably not. Not with this. I don't think with this goaltending, and I don't know if they have the depth for it. So, am I gonna give up? What are you giving up? Ostland and a first to bring in like the gravity of deal that we're talking about, Jordan Kyrou.
Mm-hmm.
Am I gonna do that and see, maybe Ostland goes on and becomes a 30-goal scorer and an 80-point guy, and that's a guy I could have used for Kyrou now or for whoever now. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna check on the whole thing, and we're gonna move on. We'll see how we do in the playoffs, and next year's the year to go after it, because I won't have to deal with Tuck being here or being not here, whatever that's going to look like. I'll have a better idea of who is Norris healthy all the time. Like, can we get a season out of Norris? Whatever. You can get more answers to more questions with more sample size of a team that you think is good, but you've only seen, whatever it is, 35 games of it so far. I could see that being his decision. I don't think people would like it. I agree with you. But I could see that happening. And I personally would understand, and provided they don't miss it, I'd be okay.
If they don't miss it.
If they don't miss it. I don't think they're going to miss it. Almost no matter what they do. I think almost they could trade Tuck away.
Their odds are still very, they are at some places in the high 80%. They're in the 70s and other places. Like, they still are a very, very good shot to get in.
Yeah, and Flap just made a good point in chat. Doing nothing is keeping Tuck. And that's almost, you could convince the fan base that's your move, is you're going to keep Tuck and let him walk.
See, you're right. And again, I don't even want to say that is wrong. That sounds like something Kevin Adams would have said.
I agree. But it's
or Jason Botterill. Like, anything the last two GMs would sell as, oh no, this isn't an action. This is why it actually is something. It sounds like excuse making. But you are right in this instance, where I think this time it would feel like, well, I don't know. I don't think there is an argument to trade Tuck. So by not trading him, I don't really feel like you're deciding anything.
The argument is the conventional historic wisdom of don't let a guy walk for nothing.
If you were 5 points out of a playoff spot going into the deadline, and you decided we're not trading Tuck because we're going for it, that to me sounds like, all right,
I can sell that.
But when you are 6 points in, or whatever they end up being by the time the playoffs come around, there's no decision. There's no argument. There's no debate as to whether you should trade Tuck or not.
Yeah.
I don't think. Not a real one.
I do also think we here in Buffalo have had a run of some bad GMing. I think that's a line you'd hear from almost every GM in the league if they were in the position Yarmo's in.
Maybe.
I think most GMs in the league, if they were in this spot and they were like exactly where the Sabres are, deciding whether to make a move, whether to trade, all this stuff, you would hear that guy say, not trading Tuck is a deadline move for us. I think every GM across the league would say that, from whoever you want to name.
Yeah.
Breeze, all of them. I think everybody says that, and that's just what it is. It's just hockey.
803-0550 is the phone number. Olympic hockey continues today. Team USA against Sweden in the semis for the women's tournament at 10:40. USA men not in action again until Wednesday, quarterfinals, probably against Sweden, but that'll be decided tomorrow. 803-0550, the phone number if you want to get a call in. Tim Graham's coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll chat some Bills. We'll chat some Sabres with him. He's going to be hosting with Brad Ryder here in the afternoons coming up in the next couple of weeks, so we'll get into that, promote that as well for you. Coming up here on WGR. I get nervous watching Tage. For some reason, he's like... Maybe this is what like watching your kid is like. Where Dahlin, I watch him and have no anxiety at all, thinking like this just best player in the team. It's like it's evident. Dahlin is the best player in the team. He's always so in control. He's every shift doing the right thing. And just like I watch him and think he's good. Look at him. He's going to be, every game he plays, Sweden's just going to put him out there more and more.
Right.
Then I watch Tage and Tage is Tage. He's a great player, but he falls a little bit, right? Like he falls once in a while, and he's got some balance problems, and he'll lose the puck once in a while, and he is not in a role that Dahlin is on. He's on a team that is more loaded, and he's playing on the wing, and he's playing nearer to the bottom of the lineup. His line, I believe, played the fewest minutes in the preliminary stage. And every shift, I feel like I'm not even enjoying Tage the Olympics. I'm thinking, what is the coach? Did the coach like that?
Right.
Because I really want him to play in the groups, in the knockout phases and like the gold medal game if they get there.
Right.
Every shift, usually it's the ones where he kind of falls over a little bit or he stumbles or he like loses the puck. And I'm thinking, what did Mike Sullivan just think of that? Is Sullivan going to watch him enough and go, like, I'd rather have Clayton Keller out there?
Yeah.
Because their competition is Clayton Keller. Like, it's another team's really good star player.
Yeah. I would be surprised if if Keller doesn't get in, and B, if it is Thompson that goes out for Keller. I think Thompson, I totally agree with you. I've had the exact same thoughts and feelings the whole time watching Thompson. Like, there was one shift where he was flying up the middle of the ice, ended up kind of fumbling the puck and having to bring it around the net, and I was just like, I wanted him to make a good play there, just because I want him to prove he needs to be on the ice more. I want him to play more than he is now, even, because I think Trocheck and Miller are really like eating more minutes than I need them to, and not looking, I think, as dangerous as Thompson has at times. But I definitely get that same anxiety where it's like, ooh, don't do that. Don't mess this up. You're in tight here. Your margins are slim. You do not have room to make a big mistake defensively here. He can make a silly offensive mistake, I think, and maybe fumble a puck away and live through that. But I think if he blows an assignment in the D zone and it costs them a goal, that might be the end of him in this tournament. And that's I think why we feel this heightened sensitivity to it.
Gotta love a 50-50 poll on Twitter. You know you're doing something right. Or it's just a good question. Will you be satisfied if the only move the Sabres make at the deadline is a third pair defenseman? 49 yes, 51 no. That means it's a good question. Does it matter who the third pair defenseman is? Would Tyler Myers excite people? I don't think he should. I don't think he should excite people. The name is, it's nostalgic. It would feel like it's destiny, wouldn't it? Hey, the last guy in the NHL that played in a playoff game for this team, and that is true, by the way. He is the only player left. If he came back, it would be, so this is definitely happening.
Right.
It's destiny.
I think that is the biggest.
We can't make the playoffs unless Tyler Myers is on the team. Clearly a rule that we didn't know about.
I honestly, I know this might sound ridiculous, do like the idea, though. I think he is functional. I know Vancouver stinks.
They are the worst team in the league.
He was on that team playing a significant role when they were a 110-point team. And he was playing well. He can still skate. He can move the puck around, and he's huge.
Yeah.
Take a look at the D-cores that have won Stanley Cups recently, and look at how big they all are. Pietrangelo and all Theodore with Vegas, all the Florida guys.
Yep.
Like D-cores now that win cups are big. They got big dudes all over. Hedman, huge. And the Sabres have got Power's huge. Samuelson's a big dude. They've got big guys. You could add another guy. I know I sound so old right now. Big guys, big defensemen, but it really does matter.
He also does hit more than he used to.
Oh yeah, he's a physical. Up. Now he's grown into that.
6'8", 230. He's listed at.
Yeah, it's a big. There's a lot of defensemen there.
All right, 2 years this year and next year at $3 million.
You take that, yeah. All right, I have a new target. I like.
Tyler Myers. He's into the Tyler Myers idea.
Here's what I'll say. They get Tyler Myers back on this team, I'm going to buy a Tyler Myers jersey.
I have his jersey, but the problem is it's navy, so that's not going to help me.
I have a Myers, but the Royal Buffalo script one. One of the best.
That's a great jersey.
It's awesome. But
that's one of the best. They need to bring that back in some capacity.
Yeah, it's like a kid's medium, so it's not getting on me anymore. But I've got it.
Justin Falk, also an idea, maybe.
Justin Falk,
St. Louis, shot blocker.
He can shoot. Great. He's
$6 to $6.5 million though for 2 years.
He used to shoot pucks so hard. I skated with him a few times, and every time he would shoot the puck at me, it hurt so bad, more than any guy I've ever. Which is crazy because I play with some guys that can rip it, but he used to hurt me.
The NHL trade deadline is just a little bit after the NHL comes back to play. Believe the date is March 4th? March 6th. So the Sabres have 5 games before now and then. 803-0550, the phone number. Tim Graham, when we come back, he'll be on the station this week, so stay tuned for that. We'll talk some Bills and some Sabres with Tim when we come back here on Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right? I don't think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys, offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? He was great,
right.
Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
These are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part. I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does, but I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is
You've
historic.
got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it because
There's one guy I see on this list for how far do I want to go back?
right.
If I go back 15 years, I've got
You can go to Taves. Was this
the only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier,
right?
who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times. Mm-hmm. Bergeron, who won it
Twice,
5 times.
Yeah,
And they were all 6 times. 6 times.
yeah.
All
he
after
was a witch.
all after he won the Stanley Cup. Kopitar twice,
Cup.
both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews after he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's the
about the
last.
cup.
That's the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about
Interesting.
whether you win.
Right.
Team USA off to the men's hockey quarterfinals after a 5-1 win over Germany yesterday. They'll be playing either Sweden or they'll have a Latvia rematch. Tage Thompson has 2 goals for Team USA, one in their debut, and the other came yesterday. Some other news in the Olympics for Team USA. Aaron Jackson finished 5th in the 500-meter speed skating event. Michaela Schifrin missed out on the podium in the women's alpine skiing giant slalom event. And the women's hockey team set to take on the only other undefeated team in the event in Sweden. The winner of the contest will face off against the winner of Canada in Switzerland on Thursday. The U.S. still has 5 gold medals, thanks most recently to star speed skater Jordan Stolz. He led the day on Saturday and won his second gold medal of these Olympic Games in the 500-meter event, where he set an Olympic record in the process. He still has 2 more opportunities to medal next week. A look at the gold medal rankings: Norway on top, 26 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. Italy in second, 22 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 10 bronze. And the U.S. in third, 17 total medals. As mentioned, 5 gold, 8 silver, and 4 bronze. Now looking to the NFL, the Bills made another hiring to the coaching staff. They bring in John Fox to be their senior assistant coach. And around the NFL, NFL Network's Cameron Wolf reports that the Jaguars, quote, plan to play Travis Hunter as a full-time cornerback and part-time wide receiver in 2026. The Brian Thomas Jr. hopes dwindle a bit with that one. And the Bandits get back in the win column with an 11-10 victory over Halifax in regulation. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
We're going to be an attacking defense up front, in the back end. We're going to attack the football. You know, that's the biggest stat in football is turnovers. So we're going to be aggressive. We're going to fly around. We're going to communicate. We're going to play well together, right? It is team defense. We're going to cause issues for offense, and we're going to force them to react to us, right? I don't want to counterpunch. You know, we want to be a defense that is constantly evolving and growing throughout a game and throughout a season.
New Bills defensive coordinator Jim Leonhard. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off today. It's a warmer Monday, he said, with a 30-degree day, which should tell you how cold it's been. So we'll get some melting over the next couple of days. Take some more of your phone calls in a little bit. Take some time now, though. Have Tim Graham on the Wester hotline. He will be hosting with Brad Ryder 1 to 3 here on WGR over the next couple of weeks. Tim, long time covering the Bills and also the Sabres, the Athletic, and formerly of the Buffalo News. Good morning, Tim. Thanks for jumping on.
Good morning. I want to praise Jeremy White. I mean, it's a pretty ballsy maneuver with his silent protest of Brad Ryder's return to WGR this morning, but I can't fault the chutzpah, and more power to Jeremy for his stance. I wish I could do it, but I'm co-hosting with him.
Well, the weather clearly was so nice today. Take advantage of that. He's outside somewhere, I'm sure.
He's goffing.
Yeah. So you and Brad together 1 to 3, and I mean, you've done shows before. You're Tim Graham and Friends podcast for a long time too. So, no stranger to the microphone. This time of year, though, we're kind of between. It's kind of a weird time, Tim. Like, we're not in a hockey season because they took a break for the Olympics. And it's like pre-combine, so I feel like we're in that middle ground where we're like waiting for NFL news and rumors to kind of get fired up.
Yeah, it's a hell of a time to come on and try to impress people with your sports knowledge when there's no sports going on or some things. I guess we're going to try to be impressed with what we can yank out of thin air. But no, we're looking forward to it. Brad and I have done segments before at his former stops. You mentioned the Tim Graham and Friends podcast, which used to be a terrestrial radio show. But let's face it, I've done nothing but AA radio, minor league radio. This is going to be, like Nuke LaLoosh getting called up from Durham to throw some junk. Well, not junk. I mean, I'm going to try to, as Nuke would be proud, I'm going to try to announce my presence with authority. And we'll see what happens. But it's, not the best time to be doing it. I do want to say, though, Joe started us out there with a great clip that we can dissect from Jim Leonhard, who I covered, by the way, back in the day as a player. But I like how he says attack the football, like score the basketball became a trendy phrase in hoops about, 10, 15 years ago. We're going to attack the football. Let's just hope that there's no version of the NFL Harlem Globetrotters out there, because that could be for a long Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, we can do it on the Bills, because that clip, when I hear it the first time, like, part of me, Tim, thinks, well, most defensive coaches would say something along those aggressive, attacking. Usually, like the words conservative usually don't come up in the opening press conference. But it does seem like from his background, whether it's him as a player and the defenses that he grew up in, or whether it's the defenses he's coached, that it all lines up. Like that is how he wants to play defense and how he has played defense, both the player side of it and the coach side of it.
Super duper overachiever, one of Rex Ryan's all-time favorite players, and Rex Ryan has coached legends on the defensive side of the ball. I'm not just talking as a head coach, but one of Rex Ryan's favorite players, whether you're talking about as a coordinator or as an assistant. And he is just relentless, fearless dude, and he has carried that over into his coaching presence. And, look, you hear about assistant coaches this time of year, usually from a guy, from a national reporter who has a relationship with the guy who represents, 56 different assistant coaches. And all of a sudden you're hearing about this can't miss rising assistant coach who deserves a shot as a head coach or as a coordinator, blah, blah, blah. But we've been hearing about Jim Leonhard since he joined Wisconsin's staff, and you're not hearing from the national pundits at that time. That's too early in a guy's pipeline to resonate. And people were talking about Jim Leonhard the moment he became an assistant coach. And so that's why I'm excited about it. I think the only drawback when you look at the staff is maybe the experience factor. Now, they added John Fox over the weekend, which is a nice hire. But when you're talking about one of the great halftime adjustment teams, that was the Buffalo Bills. It was considered not only a strength, maybe the greatest strength after Josh Allen is, man, these guys just figure it out at halftime. But now you have a rookie NFL head coach, Pete Carmichael, a steady hand there, but he's not called plays in the NFL, and Jim Leonhard, who's going to be doing it for the first time. So that's the only drawback I really see, though, with Jim Leonhard. I was excited for Bills fans when they made that hire.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like they had been doing that all year on defense. The Fox hire too. I wonder, like senior assistant. Like, is that going to be how involved he is? I think is maybe up in the air, right? Like during a game week, I'm not sure how much he is. Maybe it could be more about like setting up the season and just being someone who's on call for Joe Brady and Jim Leonhard whenever they need it.
Yeah, we don't know what that's going to be, and we may never know what it's going to be other than what they tell us. John Fox could be involved in every meeting that's possible. He might be like the principal who goes and makes the weekly rounds and sits in with the classes to check in on how the teachers are handling their classrooms, sits in the back and with a notepad. He may be in the Florida Keys 5 days a week or maybe 7 days a week, and he's just available by phone and through text. We don't really know, and we probably won't ever, but I guess we'll get a sense as to how often we see him around the building and his presence at One Bills Drive.
Tim Graham with us. He's hosting with Brad Ryder 1 to 3 p.m. here on WGR the next couple of weeks, so be sure to tune in for that in the afternoons, call in. And so on the defense, where are you on like thinking how differently they'll be in terms of players? Because I think when you look at Denver, when you look at Wisconsin, you can try to parse who fits, who doesn't, that's already on the roster. And really, Tim, I think free agency maybe this year will be as interesting as ever because I think who they sign will tell us a lot about, how they do want to line up formationally.
On both sides of the ball, because we're going to see on the defensive side a better idea of what Jim Leonhard wants to do. And then also offensively, we're going to see, I think, how much pressure Brandon Beane and Joe Brady are under to win right away and what they do with the salary cap. But to your question regarding the defense, the biggest clue for me so far is Bobby April III as the outside linebackers coach. And that portends a 3-4 alignment. Now, of course, teams don't have a template really anymore. You can bring somebody up and look like a four-man front just as easily as you can drop somebody back and try to look like a big nickel or whatever. I don't want to get into all that because we don't know what they're going to do. But it's interesting with Jim Leonhard having come from college where you do need to be more adaptable to whatever you have at your disposal. Guys not only graduate, you think of an old-timer like me at 54 when it used to be, well, you only get these guys for 3 or 4 years. Now you only get them for 1 or 2. with the portal. You're getting guys, you don't know who you're going to get, you don't know who you're going to lose. And so his ability to be successful at the major college level with whatever he had there on his roster, I think is encouraging. But the NFL is not as static as it used to be either. It maybe is, if it ever was, for the last 20, 30 years. He's going to be able to take a look at some of these guys and say, yeah, I can make do with this guy. I know where I can put him. I know how I can use him. Maybe not in a way that he's been used over the last 2 or 3 years, but we have a plan for this guy. This guy doesn't fit at all. So, but I think in terms of playmakers, which is what we're excited about, right? I mean, if you're a Bills fan, you want to see what they're going to do on the edge, whether it's as an outside linebacker or as a defensive end. You want to see what they're going to do with the interior defensive line. And if they ever do land a difference maker there, how they view it with, 3 technique versus whatever. So again, I guess what I'm saying through a lot of words is that, yeah, you're right. Everything you just said.
Yeah, right. The defense too, like these edge rushers, if they bring in speed rushers, I wonder, maybe this is both sides of the ball, Tim, because I know the question gets asked of Joe Brady a lot, and gets wondered how much of what you did was truly what you wanted to do versus how much influence over players, over all of it, did Sean McDermott have. And I wonder if all offseason that'll get made of every move. Like if they sign whoever on offense, it's, well, see, this is what Joe Brady wanted. He wasn't able to do that. If they sign one of these speed rushers who's smaller and a different type, then see, this is not the type of edge rusher that Sean McDermott would have ever wanted. And maybe some of that will actually be true, but I don't know. I feel like that's going to be a lot of the next 6 months.
Yeah, that sums it up. It's going to be our content. It's going to be what I write about at The Athletic and talk about on WGR, at least for the next couple of weeks. But it's a trap because everything's going to be skewed towards what is – and again, this is not – I'm not saying necessarily anything nefarious, but it's human nature. Anything that gets the fans excited, the Bills are going to say, see, this is what the new regime wanted. Anybody, who's again, you're going to pick your side and you're going to color it however you want. And the Bills have the ability to control a lot of that information. But when it comes to, say, the offense, and people who defend the Brady hire point to all the statistics and the offensive numbers. But what kind of handcuffs was this guy under? I mean, yes, from a personnel standpoint, you would like to see a true number one receiver. Maybe a two-way tight end, the type of guy who, when he's on the field, you don't know exactly what they're going to do. A type of three-down running back who, when he is not on the field or is on the field, you have a pretty good idea what they're going to do. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could be better. But how could Sean McDermott have put a lid on this offense? They were great. And that's how Joe Brady got the job, is they were great. So what are we talking about? An extra 1.5 a game, a half a point a game? I mean, what would the difference have been if Joe Brady, and again, just talking in this theoretical sense, if Joe Brady were given the chance to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted? What would the difference have been? I mean, would they have won? Would they have gone undefeated? I don't think so. So I think that to borrow an analytical term, the wins against replacement on some players or from some coaching decisions. Yes, we can dream of all the ways they've been held back by Sean McDermott, or we can dream about all the ways that Joe Brady's just going to make things different. And you can go the other way, too, about how it can be disastrous. But, yeah, it's going to be a lot of words over the next few months.
How, if I rewound you a couple of months, how surprised would you have been if I told you in December that this is where we were going to end up, with McDermott being fired and Joe Brady being the head coach?
I would have asked you a question back, and I would have said, how do we get there in terms of if the Bills had gone to Jacksonville and gotten shut out or embarrassed, or even in Denver, I would have said, well, okay, I can see it. But with the way it played out, if you can give me some detail on it and say, all right, they went on the road, because we knew probably for about the last month or so that it looked that the Bills were going to be a wild card team. That the Patriots they didn't quite have a stranglehold on the division, but they had done enough. And so you expected them to be on the road for the entirety of the playoffs, barring any epic collapse in Foxborough. But to go on the road and win against Jacksonville, they kind of did squeeze it out. That wasn't exactly a resounding performance down there. And then for the game in Denver, I just to look back on it, and then I would say, yeah, this doesn't add up. And that's what has been a lot of the conversation over the last few weeks. Isn't that Sean McDermott got fired. I think a lot of fans can get to the point where they can shrug, or even if you're against it, you can say, yeah, but I understand it. Then there's the next phase, which is Sean McDermott's fired, but Brandon Beane stays. And that's where fans are like, well, I don't know about that. And then you add the extra layer of Sean McDermott's fired, but Brandon Beane gets promoted to a position of consolidated power in which the entire organization goes through him. That's where the fans, I think, are like, now, wait a minute. And it seems, I hate the word weird a lot, bizarre. It doesn't add up. It's a confusing situation as to how do you get to that. And then you factor in the inability to articulate by Terry Pegula why. He was asked 6 to 10 different ways. Hey, Terry, okay, we get it. But why does one guy get fired and the other guy get promoted when they essentially have the same successes and failures? Yes, you can go and take a look at every little decision that was made personnel-wise versus coaching-wise. But then there's also, it's in the casserole. These guys make decisions based on each other, too. There's a yin and a yang, and to lend itself to what we were talking about earlier regarding how you can't really tell, and we never probably will know exactly for sure who did this, that, and the other. Right. So, yeah, it's a confusing time, and that's what everybody's trying to sort through. What makes sense, and a lot of it doesn't.
Right, and we're here now, and they're going to go forward with Beane and Brady. I just never felt like I heard a good explanation from whether it was Pegula or whether it was even Beane in press conferences as to why it was one and not the other. Why, I guess, the roster was viewed in so much higher regard than the coaching, and that the coaching was really put on trial for the playoff wall that they hit, and not, I guess, the players around Josh Allen.
What makes sense to me as to what happened is what I wrote the day that the decision was made to fire Sean McDermott and promote Brandon Beane, and I wrote it at The Athletic, and is that Brandon Beane is in Terry Pegula's ear, and he's the guy who watches the games with Terry Pegula. And it's the same way, and I'm not saying that they're the same person, but it's the same way Russ Brandon rose to power, despite a lot of people not really liking what he did within the building. It's the same way Kevin Adams rose to power. It's the same way Doug Whaley was able to stick around longer than he probably should have. There are people who get around Terry Pegula, and they're able to kind of control what information gets to Terry Pegula and what from the outside world does reach his ears or his eyes. And I just think it's, again, not necessarily villainous, but it's just a nature of kind of being in your bubble. And he watches the games and he hears Brandon Beane's direct comments. And it's over time he gets comfortable with the people who he's closest to. And he's gotten a lot closer to Brandon Beane over the years than he has with Sean McDermott. And I think, myself included, a lot of us didn't appreciate the significance of that over time, because there was a point where everybody was in lockstep and these guys all got along great. It was considered a model of NFL front office and coaching staff construction. You heard about it from the NFL. And I know Terry Pegula mentioned that he hears all the time how lucky he is to have this front office and Brandon Beane and all the lieutenants in the scouting department. But I've also been at these owners' meetings and talked to people, high executives from other NFL teams, general managers, even owners I've talked to who would say great things about Sean McDermott too. But at that news conference, everybody wanted to stop short of giving McDermott much credit and making sure that Brandon Beane got all the credit.
Tim Graham from The Athletic, 1-3 with Brad Reiter over the next couple of weeks. Stay tuned for that later today. Lastly, before we let you go, are you excited to have a good hockey team to talk about too throughout these next couple of weeks? Well,
I will say it's made my job easier at The Athletic to not have to pay attention to one of the teams. It was much like the fan base. And, it was probably bad for business at WGR, but and probably at The Athletic too. But, Matthew Fairburn, that's what he does for a living, and he covers the team. But when it came to the Sabres, people just didn't care. And so, all right, well, then I'll write more Bills stories. which is my job as, kind of a Buffalo writer and not necessarily a Bills or a Sabres writer. And I have written a lot of Sabres stories too, but in terms of the day-to-day, that's what makes it fun. We know when the next game is. Even heading into the Olympic break, people knew when the next game was going to be. And 3 months ago, you did not know when the next game was going to be. Is it tonight? Are they playing tonight? Are they playing Thursday? When is it? I don't know. How about this? Anecdotally speaking, but still a pretty cool anecdote. I'm in an Uber on Friday. Guys picking me up. And I always like to make conversation, or at least, let somebody know that I'm not going to try to roll them in the parking lot. So I asked him how his night's going, and he's like, man, pretty slow. I'm like, well, yeah, it's the weekend. I mentioned, I was like, yeah, no Sabres or anything. He's like, oh, my God, Sabres have been so good for business because people are getting together to watch the game. And so you got dudes meeting their other dudes at the bar to sit and watch a Sabres game. And he said it used to be nobody who ever went out for Sabres games. Now he's picking up people to take them to the bar to watch the games on a Tuesday night, on a Thursday night. It doesn't matter. And he was saying, I can't wait for the Olympics to be over so I can get back to Sabres games. They're good. And that's, hey, good for the economy.
Yeah. Our group chats I'm in, already you're talking about what we're doing on 25th, a week in advance. Something for their return to play. That is definitely right. People going out for games. I mean, you go out somewhere and it's not just if you did that before. Hey, let's go out for the game tonight. There usually wasn't a crowd there. Sometimes you have to remind them to put the game on. And now you get there and it's not always packed, but good crowd and the game's on, and yeah, it's totally different. Totally different.
The audio is on when you're out.
The audio is on. Yeah.
We're gonna put the music on, guys. I mean, maybe people are gonna glance up. Now people are really into it. But how about this? Do we know what day I don't have a calendar in front of me. The 25th. Do you know what day of the week that is?
It's a Wednesday. Next Wednesday.
See, you know right off the top of your head. It's a Wednesday.
Yep.
That you're looking forward to the game that you don't even know, ballpark. All right, 25th. You know the exact day of the week it's going to be that you're going to get together and do something on a Wednesday. Come on.
Right. A week in advance.
Who needs this? This is what gets us through the winter.
Yeah. You're right. The team's good when the audio's on. That's a good way to measure it.
That's right.
1-3, Tim Graham, Brad Ryder later today. Thanks, Tim, for jumping on. Can't wait to hear you later on, and we'll chat soon.
Thank you for the support, having us on, and helping our launch.
Awesome. Thanks, Tim.
Take care.
The Athletic as well. Check him out there. And Tim Graham, you can follow him on Twitter. I believe his handle @BYTimGraham. Yeah, so you can follow him on social media there as well. Good conversation. 1-3 today. And over the next couple weeks, Brad Ryder and Tim together. It'll be good to listen to coming up in the next little bit here on WGR. 803-0550 is the phone number if you would like to get in. We talked about Tyler Myers a little bit today. Owen likes it as an idea. 57's available, right? As a number? No one's wearing 57.
Should be clear.
Has anyone worn 57 since he left?
Since Myers? Ooh. I don't think so.
Is there going to be there were a couple tank teams there where guys were in and out of the lineup, and 57. Brett Murray. There you go.
Brett Murray.
Is he not in the organization anymore?
No.
He's not on the team. I know that, so I don't think it'll be a problem.
I don't think he is with the Sabres anymore. Let's see.
Team USA on Wednesday against probably Sweden. Dahlin versus Tage. Could create some fun. I asked Tage on this show a few weeks ago, you're one-on-one with Dahlin going into the zone. What's your move?
Yeah.
And basically, I think he said he has one, but he doesn't want to.
Yeah, he can't say it yet.
He doesn't want to say it yet.
Yeah. Maybe call him up tomorrow before the game. Maybe he'll get to it before they play. Mm-hmm. That's going to be fun.
2 Olympians the Sabres have. How many will they have at the next one?
Ooh. Ostlund probably makes it for Sweden, right?
Probably makes it. I mean, I'm hopeful too.
Kulik will make it for Czech.
Sweden's old. They got to start turning the page.
Yeah, they got
Ostlund would be good. Kulik would have been on this team without blood clots.
Yeah, if he wasn't hurt. Yeah.
That's
okay,
2 more.
Tage will say makes it again. Obviously, Dahlin will make it.
Yep. Luukkonen.
Ooh, do we think Luukkonen?
How's the Finnish goalie pipeline?
That's a great question.
Saros is
getting
old?
up there a little bit. Yeah.
Luukkonen?
Let's give it to him because he
5?
made this one.
So
Is Matthias
Yeah, I was
Samuelsson
just
going
gonna
to
say.
do what he's done for the next 3 years?
I was just going to say.
If he does, he's on the team, right?
Right. Oh, for sure.
But is he?
But is he this for real?
It's a good question. Is he this?
If he's this,
Is he just this? He's not. I still refuse to believe he's going to score like this
I can't
forever.
But he can shoot it. Like he can shoot it.
Yes.
He's beating goalies clean.
But he's on like almost a 20-goal pace.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right, like that. That's
But
fair.
Can he be 8 to 10 goals every year?
Right. If he's got 8 to 10 goals and 30 assists, like,
Is he this?
man, would that be awesome?
I don't know if he's this. I think he is
this.
I want to see him play. Let me get to 82 games healthy first. Also.
Right. I would like to see that. I think he is absolutely this in his own end and transporting the puck out of his own end stuff.
So that's all sharp.
I don't see why that goes away ever at this point.
All
The
right.
offensive output I could definitely see waning, but I don't think he ever gets to where he was before offensively even. I don't think he does because I think he's proven now to himself almost more than anything that he is capable of this. And that's the biggest thing. If you can show yourself as a player that at that level that you can do that, you will do that. So many guys get not stuck in, but like have to elect to choose. I'm going to be a big bruiser guy because I'm not good enough to do anything else. All these guys have the ability for the most part. It's just what role do they end up sifting best into, and where does it take them, and all that. It's there. And now he's proven it to himself. I think that's the hardest thing to do, especially when you've had a career. I mean, you're the king of this. He's scored more goals now than he ever has in his life.
Right.
And so proving to yourself that like, oh, I can do this at the NHL level for real. Mm-hmm. Like, why not keep doing it? Just keep doing it.
Is anybody on this team capable of doing something that no Sabre has ever done, which is representing Team Canada? No. Power?
Nah. Their decor is not.
It's not
that good.
No, I mean, can he be Colton Parayko at the next playoffs? Can he be Thomas Harley?
If he turns it up a little bit in terms of the offensive stuff,
I think he's got a good shot.
I think he could do it. Yeah. As a 6th or 7th guy, probably.
You're right. Part of that is the U.S. defense corps is better than the Canadian
by a
defense
lot.
corps.
By a lot.
Yeah, can he take Colton Parayko's spot? I think not easily.
I think maybe he could do that this year and maybe be better than Parayko is. Like, Parayko's fine, but
he had a horrible shift yesterday.
Yes, he did.
He had a turnover against France, and then he got beat to the rebound, and it was
gross.
I tweeted out immediately, please do that against the Team USA.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys on that team that I'd like to see against do their thing against USA. Parayko's on that list. Bennington, a couple soft ones. I'm ready for that to crumble.
Too bad there's no Canadian goalies that are upcoming for the Sabres.
Nobody.
Levi?
The Canadian goalies. Yeah. He's not making that team, I don't think.
I mean, their goalies stink.
They do.
Colton Ellis? Colton Chaos in goal?
He might have a better shot than Levi right now.
Listen,
Levi's actually on like a 940 streak.
I want to tell you, every Canadian goalie in the world has a chance of making the next Olympic team.
I think that's probably right.
803-0550 is the phone number. No Jeremy today. It's Jeremy and Joe. More of your phone calls. And we've got Joe Yurden coming up at 9. We'll talk more Olympics with him here on WGR. Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right? I don't think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously, you're not going to have the top end guys like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great,
right.
Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does. But I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it because
there's one guy I see on this list for how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back 15 years, I've got.
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times.
Yeah, he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Kopitar twice.
Cup.
Both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews. Cup. After he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about whether you win.
Right.
Team USA off to the men's hockey quarterfinals after a 5-1 win over Germany yesterday. They'll be playing Sweden, or they'll be having Latvia as a rematch, depending on the outcome there. Tage Thompson has 2 goals for Team USA, one in their debut, and the other came yesterday. In other news from Team USA at the Olympics, Aaron Jackson finished 5th in the 500-meter speed skating event. Michaela Schifrin missed out on the podium in the women's alpine skiing giant slalom event. And the women's hockey team is set to take on the only other undefeated team in the event in Sweden. The winner of the contest will face off against the winner of Canada and Switzerland on Thursday. The U.S. still has 5 gold medals, most recently star speed skater Jordan Stolz. He led the day on Saturday and won his 2nd gold medal for these Olympic Games in the 500-meter event, where he set an Olympic record in the process. He still has 2 more opportunities to win a medal as well. A look to the gold medal rankings. Norway is still on top, 26 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. Italy in second, 22 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, 10 bronze. In USA in third, 17 total medals. As mentioned, 5 gold, 8 silver, and 4 bronze. Looking to the NFL, the Bills made another hiring to their coaching staff. They bring in John Fox to be their senior assistant coach. And around the NFL Network's Cameron Wolfe reports that the Jaguars, quote, plan to play Travis Hunter as a full-time cornerback and part-time wide receiver in 2026. So a ding to fantasy managers there, and the Brian Thomas Jr. hopes dwindle a bit with that one as well. The Bandits get back in the win column with an 11-10 victory over Halifax in regulation. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Yeah, no, it'll be awesome to be a little awkward playing on the other side of them, but it'll be fun.
Yeah.
You know, I'm ready for some battles with dolls in the corner.
One-on-one rush, you're playing Sweden. You know what you're doing? You're going to if it's one-on-one against Darlene?
Well, I do it every day in practice, so hopefully I get the better of them.
I wanted to know what the move, spinorama? Tage isn't a big spinorama guy.
He's got like a basketball shimmy shake vibe move going on right now. That he scored that one from long range with the Sabres, right before the break, and then that one in front of the net. He kind of gave the shimmy shake with his back to the net, and then another fadeaway goal against Germany. Like he's got some basketball vibes to his hockey playing ability, which is kind of fun. I've really enjoyed kind of making that comparison in my head watching him play. Making like post moves, and it's awesome.
Yeah. Team USA Wednesday.
Yep.
Against probably Sweden. 803-0550 is the phone number. More on that in a moment. Bob in Buffalo has a thought he wants to get in, though. What's up, Bob?
Hello, guys. I go back a long, long way, so when you said that no Sabre had ever represented Canada, one of the 2 greatest players all time for the Sabres was Gilbert Perreault, and he was so good that when he was on all the Canada Cup teams, he played on the first line with some of the greatest players, Guy Lafleur, Phil Esposito. It was always Gilbert Perreault was included and was considered one of the greatest players in the NHL during his career. So I just wanted to mention that because it's so long ago.
Right.
Back in the 70s. But most people, if you ever watched some film of Gilles Perreault skate, he was just an incredible skater with tremendous skills. And, those were our best teams until the late 90s, were the 74, 75 Sabres.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob, for the call. I'm glad you called because, what I should have said was no Canadian at the Olympics for the Sabres. And that's not Perreault's fault. If the NHL players had been at the Olympics, he would have done it multiple times. But they didn't go then, so he represented Canada in the Canada Cup and also the Summit Series, which I've watched a little of both because I think they're both on YouTube in full.
Yeah,
so you can watch that.
They are, yeah. Those are legendary Canadian teams.
72 Summit Series and the 76 Canada Cup.
Yeah, if you ask some of those true legends of the game, like the best hockey they ever saw played, it's like the Canada Cup from '87. I think is what they all say. It was like those games, those teams. That was it. That was their real top of the line stuff.
Yep.
So, yeah, it was unfortunate, we didn't get to see all the NHL guys then, but, obviously Jill had his time with those teams and was obviously incredible on them.
Yeah. The goaltending, though, makes it hard for me to watch sometimes.
Yeah.
I can't stick with hockey from back then for too long because I just can't. If I see one goalie that is just. There was one. I remember actually, maybe it was the Summit Series. Or no, it was Sabres and Soviet Wings. I was watching on YouTube one day. It was like during COVID. I was missing hockey.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me throw on Soviet Wings versus Sabres from the 70s. And the Soviet goalie trying to make the save is standing up at like the face-off circle.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't do this. No, this is ridiculous.
It's crazy.
It's
crazy.
Nobody could figure out until Hasek how to play the position.
I guess not. I mean, it really.
Maybe Dryden knew how back then.
Yeah, Dryden
knew how to do it.
That's
why he was the
best that there was then, which is not great now. But yeah, the goalies back then, it's just I used to in my when I was playing still at a high level, it was like my favorite thing to do was to go back and be like, I would probably be the greatest goaltender that's ever lived if I went back.
If you just plugged yourself
at like 14 years old.
They would think you were an alien from outer space.
Right.
They would not believe that you were real. You would be burned at the stake for witchcraft.
Yeah, I would be. Yeah, exactly. It'd be some sort of crime against the people.
Look at us, just a couple guys in our 20s talking about 70s hockey.
Awesome.
Gotta love it.
I love it.
Jeremy and Joe, I think I've decided we did this in a little bit in the break. I'm going to take a time out. We'll talk some Sabres with Joe Yerdon. I got an interesting question on the trade deadline that I put a poll up on Twitter. Although I think Twitter's down right now.
I think that's right, too.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think, figured out that Owen Power, Perreault never did it because there were no NHL players at the Olympics. So no Sabre has represented Canada on the Olympic team. I think Owen Power, this will get the bullpen rolling, right?
Yeah.
Bullpen, which is just the Owen Power argument festival.
Yeah.
I think he's got a shot at making Team Canada next go around.
I don't know
He
that I
can't
disagree.
unseat Colton Parayko.
Right.
Or Drew Doughty is coming out.
Right. There's spots vacated by
He'll be
just
40,
age.
so it won't be him. That's two spots, I think, right there that are up for grabs. And we were trying to figure out, like, who else makes that team. Matthew Schaefer is an easy answer,
100%.
number 1 overall pick. He's amazing.
Yeah.
But find me another obvious name that goes in, that has to go in above Power. Power doesn't have to make it.
Take a look at those power rankings and see, like, who can. I don't even know. I don't know. Their decor is just. I don't know.
I would still, for the Sabres' sake, too, of course, like to see him take one more step, one more level up.
I think that needs to happen for this to for him to make it.
Right.
I think he needs to either become a fully developed defensive stalwart or start scoring at the rate he did his first couple of years and maybe a little above that. I think you'd need to get there before he makes that team. Like some stuff needs to happen for him, but I think it's within the realm of possibility.
This year, defensemen from Canada that lead the league in points. He ranks.
He's not going to be high.
He's not having a big offensive year because they're playing him in a very defensive
shutdown
role.
Minutes right now.
Yeah, defensive zone starts. They're playing power, and Lindy's been playing power in a defensive role so that Dahlin and Samuelsson can dominate an easier matchup.
Right. Which is you would never have thought that even a year ago.
Bo Byram's 10th.
Bo
among Canadian defensemen this year.
But I don't think he
Evan
ever
Bouchard
makes that team. Bouchard is a guy that got left off because he's too offensive and can't keep the puck out of his net.
Josh Morrissey.
Morrissey's great.
Jacob Chychrun.
Chychrun was a guy that was fringe. That's a guy he'd be competing with, but he's older.
Noah Dobson.
Dobson is similar.
No one that has to make it over.
No.
803-0550 is the phone number. Mike Stanhold will get to you when we come back. Joe Yerdon coming up at 9 here on WGR. On the Sabres and the deadline, do we think they will make a move at the deadline that is any form of, like, I think calling it a blockbuster is putting it too big.
Right.
Something that is really meaningful, or like if they just trade for a third pair defenseman, and that's their move.
Mm-hmm.
Are Sabre fans going to be okay with that? As that's it. That's our move to get in. Like And I don't know that there's a name really that fits that description that really could excite anybody.
Logan Stanley is a guy I think about a lot.
Logan Stanley, how much does he move the like? I like that as an idea. Yeah. How much does that move the meter for Sabre fans? Like, I was looking at the list of third pair defensemen that cheap defensemen, big guys, because Friedman said they want to get beefier on the blue line. That could be available at the deadline. Brandon Carlo is a name of a defenseman that could be available at the deadline. Luke Shen for the 15th deadline in a row is being talked about. There's a couple of former Sabres.
Yeah.
I want no part of Ristolainen.
No, thank you.
His name is on the trade market list. Yeah. Tyler Myers' name is on those lists. He's cheap. Cheapish, $3 million.
When Vancouver was good, he was playing for them a bit. He was playing a role for them.
He still is. He's been playing. I mean, I guess now it's not good because they're terrible, and he's been getting pummeled on the ice.
Yes.
But he's played 20-plus minutes a night every year of his career except 23-24. And that includes this year and last year. He's played over 20 minutes a night.
That's like a Logan Stanley to me. Almost shockingly similar due to the size similarities.
Yeah.
He
wouldn't play 20 minutes here.
No.
He would play 15 minutes here.
To 18 at the most, probably. This is a great question. I think it really depends on, it might need to be a retroactive thing. Like, after the deadline, I think people would probably go like, okay. And then depending on what happens when and if they get in, that's when people will decide how they feel about that being their deadline. I don't think anybody is going to get too mad at them right now about much of anything other than maybe trading Tuck away. I think that's the only real thing they could do to spite the fan base.
That's true. That's definitely. If they traded Tuck, and I don't think they will at all, but if they did and didn't get something else that helps them, and they did it for, like, futures, that would drive people mad.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Absolutely.
But I don't think that's really realistic that they will do that.
I don't either.
I do think if they did nothing, people would get mad at that. I get nervous watching Tage. For some reason, he's like, maybe this is what like watching your kid is like, where Dahlin, I watch him and have no anxiety at all, thinking like this, just best player on the team. It's like, it's evident. Dahlin is the best player on the team. He's always so in control. He's every shift doing the right thing. And just like, I watch him and think, he's good. Look at him. He's going to be, every game he plays, Sweden's just going to put him out there more and more.
Right.
Then I watch Tage, and, Tage is Tage. He's a great player, but he falls a little bit, right? Like, he falls once in a while, and he's got some balance problems, and he'll lose the puck once in a while, and he is not in a role that Dahlin is on. He's on a team that is more loaded, and he's playing on the wing, and he's playing nearer to the bottom of the lineup. His line, I believe, played the fewest minutes in the preliminary stage. And every shift, I feel like I'm not even enjoying Tage the Olympics. I'm thinking, what is the coach? Did the coach like that?
Right.
Because I really want him to play in the groups, in the knockout phases, and like the gold medal game if they get there.
Right.
Every shift, usually it's the ones where he kind of falls over a little bit, or he stumbles, or he like loses the puck. And I'm thinking, what did Mike Sullivan just think of that? Is Sullivan going to watch him enough and go like, I'd rather have Clayton Keller out there?
Yeah.
Because their competition is Clayton Keller. Like, it's another team's really good star player.
Yeah. I would be surprised if if Keller doesn't get in, and B, if it is Thompson that goes out for Keller. I think Thompson, I totally agree with you. I've had the exact same thoughts and feelings the whole time watching Thompson. Like, there was one shift where he was flying up the middle of the ice, ended up kind of fumbling the puck and having to bring it around the net, and I was just like, I wanted him to make a good play there, just because I want him to prove he needs to be on the ice more. I want him to play more than he is now.
Maybe you're tuning in right now on your way to work. You're thinking, February 16th. We're not at the Combine yet. The Bills have a coach. Sabres are off for a week. What might they be talking about? And, of course, that answer is 70s goaltending is what we're talking about right now. Next up on the phones, 803-0550 is the phone number. Joe Yerdon coming up at 9. We'll talk some Sabres trade deadline and Olympics. Mike in a car is next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys, I'm an old guy. But Tony Esposito is actually the first goalie who's given credit as developing the butterfly. And before then, you're right, everyone was a stand-up goalie. Ken Dryden was kick-saving a beauty. Danny Gallivan on that Hockey Night in Canada. But to digress a bit, talking about the 72 Summit Series, my best friend used to work for, he played professional hockey for a number of years and ended up working for MSG down in New York. And I'm down visiting him. We went to a Rangers game. And we go out for dinner before the game with Rod Gilbert. And Rod Gilbert was a famous, great Canadian hockey player, played on the 72 Summit Series for Canada. And he's telling us about the series, and they go to Russia, and they had won one game, tied one, and lost two. So they're down, it's 8 games. So they lose the first game in Russia, and they get before the game, they get their pregame meal, and the Russians had stolen the Canadian steaks, and they had these pork balls to eat. And they were pissed, and they end up losing the game, and they get into the locker room after the game, and for their beer after the game, and the Russians had stolen their beer. And this is Rod Gilbert's story. They stole our Labatt Blue, and we vowed right then and there we weren't going to lose another game, and they won the last 3 to win the Summit Series. So they're getting on their plane to fly home. And you got to remember, this is Cold War. This is Russia. The headlines of the Moscow newspaper had Russia winning the series 27 goals to 26 goals because they couldn't admit that they actually lost 4 games to 3 with 1 tie. Just kind of a cool story.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike, for the call. I love hearing stories of that series because I recognize I cannot place myself in a space where I really truly understand what it meant.
Right.
Because I didn't live through the Cold War or even the 80. I can try to
understand.
And I loved history. I love all those documentaries. That was my favorite subject in school. But I can't really feel what that was like. When I see the clips of, I think maybe it was a game 1 in Canada when the Soviets beat Canada and did it badly, and Phil Esposito is exhausted talking into a mic at center ice after the game, and he's talking about how the fans were booing. It's we're really trying out here,
right?
And everyone was stunned how good. I would have loved to live through that.
It's crazy.
Those series, at least.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, there's no way for us to have the perspective on that. The closest we got was probably the 4 Nations last year with the U.S. Canada
That's
stuff.
why. I mean, I don't pretend to think that rivalry has anything close to the meaning that it did then.
Of course,
with the Soviets, but that's why I wanted Olympics,
right?
Especially because the U.S. had a team now that can challenge. We'll see if they actually get to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't looked super impressive to me through 3 games, but their roster is as good as ever, and I just wanted that challenge, that test. You can't get legendary Olympic moments if the players aren't there.
Exactly.
No offense to Brian Giunta, who was at the 2020 Olympics.
Right.
It's just not, it wasn't the same. It wasn't even close to the same. I'm glad they're there. I've loved the tournament so far, and now we get to the good stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Hopefully it lasts more than 1 game for Team USA at least.
I think it will.
803-0550 is the phone number. Thanks for the call. Joe Yerdon on the way back. We'll talk some Sabres. We'll talk some Olympic hockey when we return here on WGR. Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. he wasn't that with the Sabres, right?
I don't
think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys, like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great,
right.
Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does, but I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it because
there's one guy I see on this list for how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back 15 years, I've got.
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times?
Yeah,
all
he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Kopitar twice.
Cup.
Both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews after he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's the last. That's the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about whether you win.
Right. Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right?
I don't
think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys, like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great,
right.
Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does, but I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it because
there's one guy I see on this list for how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back 15 years, I've got.
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times.
Yeah,
all
he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup. Kopitar twice, both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews after he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, like.
Team USA off to the men's hockey quarterfinals after a 5-1 win over Germany yesterday. They'll be playing either Sweden or they'll have a Latvia rematch, depending on the result there. Tage Thompson has 2 goals for Team USA, one in their debut, and the other came yesterday. Some other news from the Olympics and Team USA. Aaron Jackson finished 5th in the 500-meter speed skating event. Michaela Schifrin missed out on the podium in the women's alpine skiing giant slalom event. And the women's hockey team is set to take on the only other undefeated team in the event in Sweden. The winner of the contest will face off against the winner of Canada and Switzerland on Thursday. The U.S. has 5 gold medals, thanks most recently to star speed skater Jordan Stolz. He led the day on Saturday and won his 2nd gold medal of the Olympic Games in the 500 meters, where he set an Olympic record in the process. He still has 2 more opportunities to medal as well. A look to the gold medal rankings. Norway on top, 26 total medals, 12 gold, 7 silver, 7 bronze. Italy in second, 22 total medals, 8 gold, 4 silver, and 10 bronze. And USA in third, 17 total medals, as mentioned, 5 gold, 8 silver, and 4 bronze. Looking to the NFL, the Bills made another hiring to their coaching staff. They bring in John Fox to be their senior assistant coach. And around the NFL Network's Cameron Wolf reports that the Jaguars, quote, plan to play Travis Hunter as a full-time cornerback and part-time wide receiver in 2026. Fantasy managers are in shambles with that one, and Brian Thomas Jr. hopes to dwindle a bit with that one as well. And the Bandits get back to the win column with an 11-10 victory over the Halifax in regulation. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
These guys have been playing pretty much every other day or every third day in the NHL. They just had 5 days off. That is massive. That actually feels like 3 weeks to 4 weeks when you have that many days off. They have more time in between games. They're not traveling in between games, and they're in that euphoric Olympic village with all these other athletes. They're going to be on a high and ride a high through the entire event because it's short and all those dynamics.
Former Sabres head coach Don Granato, who was our guest last week, he's coached almost everybody on Team USA, like other than a couple of guys. And we had some really good insight from him. That was a really good conversation. If you missed that, you can find that at WGR550.com. I believe we are going to have him on again at some point here this week. We'll see how the schedules play out. Because we don't know if the U.S. is going to play to Friday, and that might matter to that. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. No Jeremy this morning. It's a little bit warmer today. 30 degrees. Massive improvement over where we've been. Now on the Western Hotline, Joe Yerdon, the noted jerk, joining me to talk some hockey, Olympics, and the Sabres and the deadline as well. Morning, Joe.
Morning, Joe. Good to talk to you again.
You as well. Are you up at 6 o'clock watching these non-U.S. games like me, or am I a crazy person?
Not usually, but I mean, if there's a matchup that's worth getting out of bed for, like Sweden Finland, I think we had last week. That was a 6 o'clock game, so that was worth firing up the coffee pot and getting ready for the day. Yep,
Joe ready for Bleacher Report. Sabres in action in a week. They'll be back on the ice a little bit later this week as well. So we'll talk some Sabres as well, but. How was Team USA look to you? It's tough to gauge, right? Because they're not playing any team that's like a serious challenge. But how have you felt about their overall play? If you've been able to learn anything?
Yeah, it's really tough to judge. But you kind of get an idea in your head of how a team with that kind of talent should look on the ice, and when they're going up against some of these other teams where the talent isn't stacked quite as high. You try to get a feel for where you think they should be at, and you watch the game against Denmark, you watch the game against Latvia, and you watch the game against Germany, and you're just kind of like, all right, feels like they should be blowing these teams out, but Latvia is a team that plays exactly the same way every time, no matter what. And you know that they're going to be a pain in the butt to play against. Denmark has a bit more talent. They play a little bit more aggressive. Certainly Jeremy Swayman had himself quite an adventure with that game. But the game against Germany, the very top-heavy team, they didn't have to deal with Philipp Grubauer in goal, and you're thinking, all right, well, maybe they could make a push and maybe score enough goals so that maybe they can knock Canada out of that top spot. But it was a little bit more difficult. I like the way they played better as things kind of wore on, but it's only going to get harder from here.
Yeah, especially if it's going to be Sweden on Wednesday, which it appears it probably will be if they take care of business. And that's where the format in the tournament being so short can kind of get screwy, Slovakia winning, because having to go, their path, Joe, probably is Sweden, Finland, Canada, if everything goes chalk.
Yeah, and, it's kind of wild the way that group played out. With Slovakia winning it, with Finland, Finland had to score a ton of goals to even finish second to get that quarterfinal bye, and then Sweden. I think you could argue that all three of those teams, had moments where you're just kind of like, I don't know if these guys are any good or not, but that group ends up being the group of death. And one of those teams was going to not make it, at least one of them was going to not make it to the quarterfinal round just based on, getting the bye there. But, man, that it's Sweden is foreboding because that's a team that is massively underplayed. They have so much talent. Obviously, with Dahlin there, we're keeping a little bit of a closer eye on them here, but oh man, you just look at that team and you're like, there's no way this team should be in that spot, needing to win a playoff round game to get to the quarterfinals, and then, oh boy, you're staring at them in the face if you're the U.S., and that's a miserable possible quarterfinal matchup.
Right. How have you felt about both Sabres, but Dahlin to start? I feel like at times he's looked like, maybe not even just at times, the whole tournament, he's looked like Sweden's best player.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you there. I think Dahlin's been fantastic throughout the tournament, and starts off the first game he had 3 assists, and he gets the only goal against Finland, and you're just kind of like, wow, this guy's controlling everything from the back. And that's a spot that maybe you're thinking like, well, Victor Hedman, they got him, they got Erik Karlsson, you got all these other guys where you're expecting maybe like one of those veteran guys to be maybe the leader on the blue line. But it's been Dahlin. Dahlin just looks so good. And you can argue matchups, you can argue all that stuff all you want, but if you compare him to like the way Hedman's played, Dahlin's been light years ahead of Hedman, and that's not something I would have expected myself to even say, even at this point in their careers. But yeah, Dahlin's been awesome.
Yeah. What about Tage? We were talking about him earlier and how I'm almost watching him like a parent would watch their kid, where I'm not even thinking, I'm not even enjoying it. I'm like worried what the coach thinks of him on every shift, because the way that team is built, it's so deep that I feel like anybody has a poor game or period, and with, a Clayton Keller or a Kyle Connor out of the lineup, and he's not playing like huge minutes, like he'd be one of those guys where I'm like worried, like, oh, is he one bad period away from finding himself on the bench?
Yeah, it's a weird spot for Tage, certainly. They've got him playing on the wing, which I think that's fine. But with him with Dylan Larkin, I think that's a good combo. For as far as if Tage is going to be playing the wing, having Larkin be the center is really good, because that line, I look back to 4 Nations last year, that line I thought was pretty good, although Kyle Connor struggled last year and he ended up getting benched. And then what happens this year? Connor struggles. He didn't even get a shot at goal in the 2 games that he played, and then he gets cycled out for Clayton Keller. So I think if you're Tage, I think Tage has done very well, considering. And even on the power play, watching him play like that down low, sort of, not necessarily front net, but he's kind of in the spot where we're used to seeing like Zucker play here for Buffalo, because the power play setup's kind of similar, but seeing him play down low is just kind of strange, because they're using him in a more traditional way where take away the eyes, use that skill down low, and it certainly paid off. I mean, that goal he scores on the power play in the other game was just, kind of ridiculous, honestly. But I mean, that's a team that's got so many shooters, and if he's not camping out in the circle for one-timers, it doesn't matter, because he's got the hands and the skill down low to be able to score. And I mean, I don't know if Lindy Ruff's taking notes on that or not to use him there, but certainly being able to move him around and having him still be dangerous in other spots on that power play is nice.
Yeah, and that might be the right sign to say, like, he's not at risk of coming out, because even though, like, he's missed a shift here and there, like at 5-on-5, and they have an extra forward, so maybe that's understandable, I don't think he's ever not been on that number one unit through the three games.
No, I think he's been very steady on that spot, and yeah, it's always a little funky with being able to dress 13 forwards.
Yeah,
because you can cycle guys out and do different things with matchups, and I think Trocheck's been their 13th guy, so sometimes if it's a defensive zone start, sometimes Tage is the guy that hops out. Trocheck hops in there, and then if Larkin gets a kick from the circle, or maybe they want to use Trocheck in a faceoff, they do that, which is again a little strange because we know Thompson can win those faceoffs, but I mean, Trocheck being as strong a defensive forward as he is, it makes sense as a matchup thing.
Joe Yerdon on the Western Hotline talking some Olympic hockey. And the Sabres, Joe, will get back to practicing this week, and then they'll be back in game action next week, practicing without Dahlin and Tage, obviously, first. And I think it's only 5 games until the trade deadline. Like, how much are you thinking about the deadline, what their needs are, and also, like, how aggressive Jarmo will end up being? Because this is really going to be our first chance to see him put a real stamp at all from himself onto this roster.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how Jarmo Kekalainen handles this team at the deadline, because ideally, I think when they get back on the ice, I think their first practice back is on Wednesday, I believe. So I think you're looking to see who's back from injuries, which guys are going to be are back and designed and looking ready to get back into the lineup when when play resumes a week from Wednesday, I believe, is when the games get back underway. But when you see, because this is me going on a limb here, and based on what we've asked Lindy before the break, but if you see Norris back, you get a guy like Justin Danforth back, you get maybe a Connor Timmins is going to be back and ready and skating by that point. You're talking about getting some forwards back, maybe Zach Benson's back too. You're getting forwards back, you're getting defense back, and you've got a very small window to try to figure out what you need to address, what needs to change, and what where do you need to make additions, if at all, on this team. That's going to be really interesting to see, because I think you can make an argument that maybe they need a little bit of a boost on defense. I mean, we're certainly, where we left off at the break, not feeling great about the third pairs, maybe as much as before, but maybe you make an addition there, maybe additions at forward if Norris, if you're worried about Norris, if you're worried about, Benson's status or any of that kind of stuff. There's a lot of spots you could look for maybe some depth help, but if you're getting guys back here from back from injury out of this break, then man, you've got like a week to see if you're okay.
Right. Yeah, I wonder how satisfied fans will be if all they do is just add a depth defenseman. Like, how much appeal is there for them to do something big? I think there is an argument they don't need to do something big. And isn't the guy that always is mentioned for like something big, replace Jack Quinn with somebody like him that's better?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jarmo's a guy who we've certainly seen be aggressive in the past, and we've seen him. What's interesting with Jarmo's time in Columbus is that we've seen him be aggressive by not doing anything also. You think back to when he had
Panarin and Bobrovsky.
Yeah, he had Panarin and Bobrovsky's contracts coming to an end, and it was like, boy, you might have to move them to get some guys. Like, you got to do something. And he's like, no, we're going for the playoffs. I'm not moving these guys at all. I do wonder if this team's in a particular kind of position where, because they're in a playoff spot right now, they're a very good team as it stands, that maybe you don't want to mess with things too much. And I think this is where the conversations with Jarmo and Lindy and the rest of the staff are very succinct as to how you need to address things and how much the room is going to be able to handle a move if you have to make something, where if it's a move where it's that big, or if it's even just something small where you got to get the right chemistry fit and make sure everybody's on the same page, moving ahead towards the deadline.
How do you, Joe Yerdon is with us on the Wester Hotline. How do you feel about their chances right now? It's 5 points. It's 5 points over a couple of teams, and they're closer, obviously, to the 2 or 3 spot in the Atlantic. Like, it's not a sure thing. Their odds look good. I guess, can you see them having the type of collapse that it would take to miss? I mean, because really, Joe, like, if you play around with the numbers, I mean, if they go 500 hockey, which isn't that good, the rest of the way, it's still a coin flip. And I don't know, they've looked like a team all year that looks like they should be better on a 20, 25 game sample than 500 hockey.
Yeah, the way the East has been such a murder house for everybody that's in this playoff race, and with how tight everything is, and you have to keep a straight eye on some of the teams in the Metro that have been playing very well, like Columbus, who's kind of come back from the dead a bit to get into this race and to mix things up, and and even some of the teams that look basically good and gone for good, like a Toronto or somebody like that in the division, where that a team like that has the talent to be able to kind of rattle off a lot of wins in a row to get back into a race. Or a team like Florida, same thing, where you're thinking, well, they're back by 8-10 points. Yeah, they're probably toast. Yeah, they probably are, but you can't lose. Like, any team that's in a spot right now can't afford to lose even like 2 or 3 or 4 in a row at any point, because if you open that door a little bit for somebody to crawl back into it, you could find yourself slipping down that ladder really fast. So you want to say that they're in a very safe spot. You want to, like, a normal year, you're thinking like, oh, this would take a traumatic collapse here to make things fall apart. But I don't think that's the case now, just because everybody wins and everybody keeps winning. So it doesn't take much to slip down the ladder or even fall out of it, just because everybody behind you keeps winning, and you have to keep winning yourself to just kind of hang on to your spot. So, I know fans here are always going to be very prepared for the worst. And thinking that, you're looking at the standings saying like, hey, these guys are in a good spot, but man, the East is just such a massive dogfight for everybody, and you can't really afford to lose any ground. And I know their schedule's not going to be easy here. I mean, this March is going to be a slaughter run as far just the number of games they got to play, and they still got to go out west for some games too. So that's never easy either. So I mean, this is going to be tough, but the way this team's played, I like what they're doing. I like how they're playing. I feel this is a playoff team, but man, any kind of weird thing is capable of happening here in the stretch.
Last thing before we let you go, is there one team out of it right now that intimidates you the most, or are they all kind of pretty close together for you?
They're all really close, but I mean, it's hard to not pick Florida. Just because they're the big dogs. Well, they're the Cats, but they're the big dogs as far as all this goes, because they've won the last 2 Stanley Cups. They know what it means to take a step forward and to really press ahead with going after this. And the fact that Barkov, he was showed him on the ice, just ahead of the break, and you're thinking like, well, geez, if they get that guy back, and if they're still within striking distance, that's that looms large just because they know how to turn it on and they know how to get it going. They have so many veterans, and they know how to really put the bite on teams when the games get tight like this. And this final month is going to be played with like a playoff-like rule book, so kind of throw everything out and just know that it's going to be a lot harder from here on out. And Florida's battle tested, and that's the team that scares you. But you see a team like Toronto just kind of hanging around, like that's a little worrisome, but I haven't liked how they've played all season. Florida, you can at least say, like, they've had moments where you're like, oh, they're the Panthers. Okay, they're back, and they're not that far off. So that's the team that scares you, in my eyes.
Joe Yerdon very active on Blue Sky as well, notedhockey.com, and also Bleacher Report. So we'll get back to it here soon. When do you know Wednesday they practice, right? Are they back on the ice?
I believe it's Wednesday. Yeah.
All right. We'll get back rolling. Thanks, Joe. Good luck to Newcastle also the rest of the way.
Yeah, they're gonna need some healthy legs here moving ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Talk soon.
Hey, you got it, Joe. Be good.
Joe Yerdon on the Western Hotline. The Sabres are back practicing this week and then in action next week. And then it's the deadline, all pretty close together. Team USA on Wednesday against probably Sweden. Against Latvia pulls off the big upset. He's right about Latvia plays the same every tournament, and it's always the same guys. It feels like it's always the same guys. Maybe it's not. Different goalie, that's for sure. 803-0550 is the phone number. On the Olympics, on our Bills conversation from earlier, I got this poll as well that I can't tell you the results of because there's no Twitter right now, I guess. When you put a poll on Twitter and Twitter's down, then I guess I can't tell you how many people are voting one way or the other. But if a third pair defenseman, and that was it, would satisfy you on deadline day. Joe makes an argument there about, like, hey, no need to shake up the group. The group's working. Add something little, and maybe that's it. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. No Jeremy today, and this is WGR. Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right? I don't think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys, like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great, right. Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does. But I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it. Because
there's one guy I see on this list for, like, how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back like 15 years, I've got...
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times.
Yeah,
all
he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup. Kopitar twice,
Cup.
both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews after he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, like that's that's like the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about whether you win.
Right. That's like the last 15 years.
It's about.
Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right?
I don't think
he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys, like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great,
right.
Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does. But I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now. Obviously, I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it because
there's one guy I see on this list for how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back 15 years, I've got.
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times.
Yeah, he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Kopitar twice.
Cup.
Both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews. Cup. After he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's like the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about whether you win.
Right. There's some curling on the screen right now. Sweden and Switzerland. Although I think there's a lot of matches going on. They play a lot.
They do. As long as it's not Canada up there cheating.
So that is taking the Olympics by storm in the last few days, is the Canadian cheating scandal, which I still don't really understand what advantage they really are gaining. But that's not the point. They clearly think they're gaining some sort of advantage or else they wouldn't be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And what they're doing, again, this is where I don't understand what the advantage is. After they release the rock, the handle, which is the only place I've ever seen anybody grab it and throw it when you're curling, they then are using their finger to push it forward.
Yes.
Right.
And that is what had people swearing at each other in the men's match. For Canada-Sweden. And then, Joe, what happened in the women's game?
The women's game, they got caught for doing the exact same thing.
Canada
did. And they walked over to the judges' table, and all you hear on the clip is, I would never do that, as they're showing her doing that.
Right.
So, it's a tough scene.
Well, that kind of happened on the men's broadcast. The guy said, I would never do that. There were expletives involved as well.
Yeah.
And right after he said that, the broadcast showed the replay of him doing it.
Yes, yeah.
It's crazy.
And like now there's secret cameras involved, right?
Yeah, there's some like they are the Swedish competitors are apparently like finding people to record the Canadian people as they throw, so that they can get the exact line where they want it.
Agents out there.
The hog line, I believe, is what they're recording.
Yes, the hog line.
And so there's like this whole, Spygate operation happening behind the scenes as well to bust Canada for their cheating operations.
Yeah.
I guess
Crazy.
It depends on the scenario. You might need a little extra oomph if you're trying to clear the circle, right? So maybe that's what it is.
It doesn't look like these look like touch throws to me. Like maybe they rotated it too much and they've got to like stop the rotation a little bit. I don't know.
Very well could be that.
I don't know. Not my expertise, but there's some sort of advantage being gained, clearly.
Something's
going on.
And it's happening with both teams. It gives you more of the impression that it's like this.
That was a strategy.
I don't want to use the C word, but like the only word I can think of is conspiracy.
Right.
That somehow they're in cahoots. There's another C word. Together,
it's collusion.
Something about
three.
Also, there was a debate of whether it actually is even against the rule or not. That was a debate.
That was a thing too. Like people were like, "Well, it's before the line, so it doesn't matter." But after you release the rock, it's a chess situation. You release it, you can't.
That's it.
That's it.
If you're arguing that, you can't. Like, you're not going to put your hand back on the handle before it crosses the line.
I don't know. Can we call Mike? Is Mike available?
That might be the best person.
I did text Mike about it, and he said like it's not really cheating.
It's just kind of a frowned upon situation.
Yeah,
but it's technically.
He did say it's
rules.
Close. It's close. It's not much,
but it's something.
So it was like Kenny Pickett's fake slide before the rule change. Like kind of looked down upon. Like
maybe
you can't do
this
that.
might actually have a rule written though.
Okay.
Here's a question: who gained more of an advantage, the Canadian curlers or the ski jumpers who were taking the performance-enhancing drugs? Like, which had more of an impact on your placement? I would love to know the data behind that.
What kind of gate is that called? Is the question. I don't know if we can even get into that.
Speaking of things not in the spirit of the rules at the Olympics, so Tom Wilson got in a fight over the weekend.
I know. You got me. I was all over
tell you.
about,
I'm like, someone's going to... But I didn't think it would be him. I thought it would be the Kachucks.
The first fight since 98.
Yeah.
First fight since 98.
So and I looked up the list of fighting majors at the Olympics. It is very rare. It has happened, but it's very rare. And because of that, he became the first player ever to get a Gordie Howe hat trick at the Olympics.
Which is like the coolest thing you could ever do.
Even though like I tweeted that out, and it was funny that like a lot of I don't even know who they are hockey fans of. I guess they could be anyone. Yeah. People that just don't like Tom Wilson, which are probably a lot and that were like
Penguins fans.
He gets credit for that when he got kind of pummeled and turtled.
Well,
and then got back up and then went after him. Like I don't mind that. I don't care.
Yeah, Wilson was ready for that guy to fight him, and he got UFC takedown.
He took him to the ground.
I don't know.
Right.
The guy wanted no part of fighting Tom Wilson, which is totally fair.
First Gordie Howe hat trick at the Olympics. He's not suspended for the quarterfinals.
No. Yeah, they could. They went. The IIHF has the ability to rule whether they want to suspend them or not, and they deemed
they did not.
I heard Friedman. I listened on my way in this morning. I listened to his podcast, and he said on his way down to the locker room, he texted the officials before he even got into the locker room. They texted him back, "No suspension. It's nothing. Nothing's happening here."
Right.
So it was a very easy no, these guys just got tangled up, and it seemed to me like Wilson kind of just saw red for a second. Was ready for the fight and then went, okay, I gotta cool it here.
Well, that guy had just elbowed Nathan McKinnon in the head without the puck, I think, too.
Yes.
And McKinnon was hot.
Oh, yeah.
The rest of that game, I thought he was going to do something more than he took a penalty for roughing. He was, and we talked about him earlier. The dude is like hockey's Kobe.
Yeah,
he is a madman sometimes. Like, and you get him angry,
it's a bad
and
scene.
it's bad news for you. And I thought maybe if it wasn't the Olympics, he would have done something too.
Oh, if it wasn't the Olympics, I think a stick was getting snapped over that French goose head. That guy also, the French guy, got suspended for 7 games earlier this year in his league because he punched a goalie in the face.
Okay.
So that guy's got a bit of a rep.
Interesting.
Too. I don't think anyone on Canada is aware of that. nobody really cares who's on France, but that guy does have a history of being a bit of a bozo.
Okay.
So there's some action.
Pierre Crenon is his name, by the way.
Crenon. That's right.
I'm sure there's some better way to say it, but Crenon is how it's spelled. I'm not even going to try without knowing it. All right, so speaking of the Olympics, I was looking at some history of the Sabres by nationality. So Sweden is probably who Team USA is going to play. I was alarmed to find. I was looking up Swedish goalies.
Mm-hmm.
6 Sabre goalies in the drought are Swedish.
That's so many.
Instant trivia. Owen, you're the goalie guy. Name them.
All right.
Name the 6 Swedish Sabre goalies during the playoff drought.
Ullmark is definitely
Ullmark is number 1. I have this listed by wins. He had 50, which is the most.
How about Forsberg? Is Forsberg
no,
in there?
I don't have a Forsberg appearing for the Sabres.
Who am I thinking of?
What you might be doing here, I'm not sure you'll be proud of this, though. I believe Forsberg was in goal against the Sabres during the tank year.
That's right.
And
this is exactly what I'm thinking.
I think we got mad at him because he allowed
gave up a bad one.
5 goals on 10 shots or something.
Yeah. The guy I was thinking of is Nielsen.
Nielsen.
Okay.
Anders Nielsen played 23 games for the Sabres.
Kind of deep pull. All right. Leonard, Swedish.
Leonard.
Leonard's
Robin
Swedish.
Leonard, who won 42 games and 129 starts.
Enroth, obviously.
42 wins and 129 starts. Enroth, 29 wins in 92 starts. That's just during the drought. He probably had more wins before that.
Oh, who's the...
Enroth, who, by the way, appeared in the Olympics.
Yeah.
2014.
Jonas Johansson, Swede.
Jonas Johansson appeared for the Sabres. He had one win in 11 starts.
Yeah. And then went to Tampa and kind of got hot.
Not many wins here for these guys.
Man.
You've done well here. You're only missing one. Who does have the same first name as one of the other goalies you mentioned.
Oh, same first name. Jonas, is there a Jonas I'm forgetting? I don't think so.
By the way, Jonas Enroth and Jonas Johansson spell Jonas differently.
Yes. One has an H, one does not.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough. How many games did this guy play?
Started 15 games.
15 games. Oh.
He has the best save percentage of any of them. In fact, I'm just going to double check this real quick here. I believe he has the best save percentage of any Sabres goalie during the playoff drought.
During the whole drought?
Yep, he does.
Oh, man, who is this that I'm not getting? I got Ullmark.
The top 2, this is funny. The top 2 goalies in save percentage during the Sabres playoff drought have the same first name.
Oh, this should tell me it. Who is it? It's not it's not another Linus.
Nope.
Is it another Jonas?
Nope.
Oh. It's not another Robin. There was another Robin.
They have not had another Robin. I don't think.
Anders. Is it an Anders?
Anders?
Who am I not getting? Somebody help me out here.
Give it to him. Lindback.
I mean,
Anders
right.
Lindback.
You could have.
How about Anders Lindback and Anders Nielsen being the best 2 goalies by save percentage? I mean, it's not many games, but yeah.
Wow.
6 Swedish goalies.
What year was that? That was tank year?
That was. You'd think it would tell me years. It doesn't tell me years.
It was cool. Tank year.
It
Almost
was,
positive,
yeah.
Eichel tank year.
Wow.
Yeah, 2014-15. I'm sure we were furious with him.
Yeah, for sure.
A .924 save percentage while you're trying to finish last.
Come on, guy. I actually do remember a game he was playing out of his mind, and I was so mad because he was playing great, and I was like, this guy's nobody. He's not going to be this good ever, and he's playing great, and he's costing us. And I was, however old I was 13 or something.
Let's see. We got to find which game this was. He won a game. Man. The Sabres won 2-1 in a shootout. Lindback had against Boston. At Boston had 44 saves on 45 shots.
Boston, and he robbed Marchand or something.
Listen to these wins.
Mad.
Listen to these wins this guy had. He almost ruined it.
Oh.
44 saves on 45 shots in Boston. They won 2-1.
Out of here.
28 saves on 29 shots in Arizona. They won.
Oh, against Arizona, too. Wow.
49 saves on 52 shots. They beat Carolina 4-3.
What? The Sabres haven't had a goalie performance this great this year.
You know, that really is, on a serious note, the thing they've been the worst at the entire playoff drought.
Yeah.
They have had teams that can score. They have had teams that... Have they had teams that can defend? Maybe they haven't had teams that can defend either.
Not great.
Because even their good team couldn't defend.
Right.
And whenever they had Ristolainen and Georges and Franz, and those teams couldn't defend at all. They've never had goaltending. Allmark was good
for a little while,
but he couldn't stay healthy while he was here.
Yeah, he never could. And he's always been inconsistent. That's always been his deal. He's been the same in Ottawa. So that is not necessary. He had good stretches, but never as good as he was in Boston.
But he never had... In Buffalo, I guess he had 1 year where he was a sub .915 save percentage.
Yeah.
Like he was good, but he couldn't stay healthy. And you mentioned there were consistency problems. And other than him, I don't even have anybody I would even try to defend you that was reasonably good. And right. I don't think it's not a coincidence that this year they have their best look at breaking the playoff drought. And it by far is their best goal year.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
By far.
We coming into this year, we talked about it all summer. It's like, is Lyon going to work? Because that's the problem.
Right.
If they can get saves, they're in, I think. And look at this. They're getting saves, and they are right now comfortably in. So
yep.
That position will always be an enigma to any. Oh, it's an enigma to me, and I played it. It is impossible to predict, and it is at the same time probably the most important position in the sport.
I mean, really, none of the... you look at the teams at the bottom, there's two teams, I guess there's a couple, but it's really hard. Teams that are near the bottom of the league in save percentage, that are good, that are in a spot. Right. Vegas, Edmonton, and Montreal. Your bottom 10 teams, that's kind of it. Ottawa, sunk by it. St. Louis, Florida, yep. Philly, Vancouver. Your worst teams in the league.
If you've got bad goaltending, you can't win. It's the reality of the league. It's too slim of a margin.
Unless you have McDavid or Eichel, apparently.
Right. Unless you are so great.
The way it was always meant to be.
Right. It is a vital position that a lot of, I think, fans and people who build teams neglect and refuse to acknowledge the importance of that position.
Yeah.
And if you can get results there, you can win games you shouldn't win, and you will lose less games than you should.
And by the way, one thing about practice coming up on Wednesday is that we should probably learn, I would think, what Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's timeline is.
Yeah.
If he's back, maybe he's on the ice. Or maybe if he's not out there still, then I think that's a little troubling given that he's had a month off here.
Yeah, that would be concerning. If he was still not even on the ice. I need him at least on the ice. He doesn't even need to be skating with the team. But if he's on the ice, I'm okay. If he's not, I'm thinking maybe I'm not going to have him for maybe good.
The Miami Dolphins have released Bradley Chubb.
Whoa.
Big cap hit. That is... He has 19.5 sacks in his last 2 seasons. 8.5 this last year. Wow.
All right.
Big money. I mean, they're just trying to tear it down and rebuild. He's good.
Yeah.
He's not as good as, where he was drafted above Josh Allen. Yeah. But he's a good player. All right. Maybe an idea. For...
if you strike out on Hendrickson and Crosby.
See, this is where the new defense is interesting. Every time a guy like this becomes available, I'm running to Twitter to see, okay, what do people think about how he fits with a Jim Leonard defense?
Right.
And I don't see anything on that yet.
We'll get it.
Right. I wonder. I mean, I said this is going to become Denver East, right?
Right.
He was in Denver before the last 2 seasons in Miami. I don't think there's crossover with Jim Leonard, but there would be with Vance Joseph,
right,
who was the defensive coordinator. So, Bradley Chubb. Jim Leonard was in Denver starting in 2024, and I think Chubb was already gone. So I don't think he crossed over there, but he does cross over with that system, Vance Joseph, and the whole thing there. So a name to keep an eye on, maybe.
All right.
803, not 29 years old, by the way, so not like he's super old yet. 803-0550, the phone number if you want to squeak a call in when we come back. Extendo Sports, and then we'll wrap things up here in WGR. Did we not notice it, or has he legitimately grown in that way? Because Eichel finished 5th in the Selke voting last year. He's been in that discussion more and more recently. He's been that for Team USA. He wasn't that with the Sabres, right? I don't think he was ever bad defensively.
I don't think quite to this level, but I think, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing you can do to make yourself known as a guy like that is to go win a Stanley Cup. I think you win a cup as a guy like that can play both sides. Like, obviously you're not going to have, the top end guys, like offensive dynamos that will get a Selke rep, but you win a cup as a center that plays both ends of the ice. I think it launches you into, this guy's a Selke guy now. Barkov was this a little bit, right? Like, he was great, right. Really, really great for a long time before he won a cup. And he won a cup, and now he's like the gold standard. Bergeron, same thing.
Yeah.
Like, these are guys that are undeniably great in their own end. And I think we're always, for the most part, I think Eichel learned the same way anybody does. But I think he was, by the end of his time here, he was pretty good in his own end.
Yeah.
From what I remember. I mean, I wasn't watching as close as I do now, obviously. I was going on my own hockey journey there. But I from what I remember, Eichel could play in his own end and hold his own. It was maybe a more of an attitude or effort question when he was in his own end than an ability or an IQ perspective.
This is a really good point that I think you have uncovered about the Selke that I think goes back a long time.
It is historic.
You've got to have the cup.
You have to. You don't get it. Because
there's one guy I see on this list for, like, I mean, how far do I want to go back?
Right.
If I go back like 15 years, I've got...
You can go to Taves was this.
The only guy I see that won it without having won a cup was Sean Couturier.
Right.
Who did it once. But Barkov, who's won it 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bergeron, who won it
twice.
5 times.
Yeah.
And they were all 6 times. 6 times?
Yeah, he was a witch.
All after he won the Stanley Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Kopitar twice.
Cup.
Both after he won the Stanley Cup. Jonathan Toews after he won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, like that's like the last 15 years.
It's about the cup. It's about whether you win.
Right. Really quick on Bradley Chubb, who was released by the Dolphins in the last few minutes. 19 and a half sacks in 2 years with Miami. Watching some of his clips, so very elementary, surface level, does he fit in what Jim Leonard's going to want to do? He's standing up. He's in a 3-4. He's shifty, smaller on the edge. Maybe not smaller. Bendy is really the term I want. Size-wise, he's not small. 6'4". 6'4", 268. I think it looks like a fit. The other thing about Chubb is that doesn't have to wait. Free agency is in a few weeks, but because Miami released him, that can happen now. So maybe a little bit of a Bradley Chubb bidding war before free agency gets rolling. He can visit with teams if he wants. He could just sign. He could make his list. I mean, that contract, 19 and a half sacks over 2 years, there is an ACL tear in the middle of that. But he had 8.5 last year off of the torn ACL. 29 years old. If you think he fits your defense, it's kind of like your Joey Bosa move from last year. It's not a top tier guy, but good, big name, high draft pick, production, but he's not going to cost you $40 million. This is not Myles Garrett or Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson even. It's probably the next tier below that. So it would be expensive, just not as expensive as your top tier guys. So interesting idea. See if I can find like what his market value is. But internet's not having a great day. Twitter was down earlier. Just go to Bradley Chubb's Spotrac page. Maybe everybody's doing the same thing at the same time, and his Spotrac page is like now down. He was on a 3-year deal that was paying him $18 million per year. So I wonder if he would get something similar to that. All right, one name out there to take a look at. All right, that is going to do it for us. Looks like Jeremy will be back tomorrow, out sick today. We will have more on the combine as it gets closer, maybe more on this Canadian cheating scandal in curling. I'm watching it right now. They and the Czechs are having a nice friendly match, it appears. But it doesn't mean it couldn't turn the other way. All right, tomorrow, Olympic hockey. It's on while we'll be on. So 6:10 in the morning, we get some games rolling. Some of those lower-level teams will be in action. Sweden and Latvia tomorrow as well. Dahlin, and I think you want to be rooting for the Latvian upset so Team USA gets an easier matchup, but we'll see. Talk to you tomorrow. Stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on the way next. And stay tuned at 1 o'clock today. Brad Ryder, Tim Graham, their first show, which will be on the next couple of weeks in the afternoons, 1 to 3, first of which is today. I'll talk to you tomorrow here on WGR.